I invite the member for Peace River North to lead the House in prayer or reflection.
As we gather here today as members of this Assembly, we pray that we are ever mindful of the opportunities to render our service to our fellow citizens and to our communities. Keeping in mind, we must always dedicate ourselves to the betterment of British Columbia and to all of us that live in this beautiful province. We must exert our efforts so that future generations can have confidence and hope in a better future. Let us continue to strive every day to do better. Amen.
Introductions by members. Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We mark BC Wild Salmon Day with sad news. Last week, Dr. Kim Hyatt, a leading wild salmon scientist, passed away peacefully at home in Nanaimo, family at his side. Although on medical leave from the Federal Department of Fisheries and Oceans, he remained committed and connected to the many research projects under his leadership, including a final web call on sockeye and climate change just 2 weeks before his death. Over the last 4 decades, Kim's legacy work at the Pacific Biological Station includes the Federal Wild Salmon Policy, the Nisga'a Interim Measures Program, and the upcoming work on the Columbia River Treaty. His passion for discovery and innovation resulted in long-standing relationships with First Nations. First Nations Kim built on trust, commitment, and honest communication. Kim's last wishes were that his ashes and those of his wife Annis be committed to Piper's Lagoon in Nanaimo and to some of the watersheds he devoted decades to study: Great Central Lake, Sproat, Kennedy, and Osoyoos Lakes, a final fitting symbol of his dedication to sustainable wild salmon populations.
Government House Leader.
Speaker. It's with great pleasure that many of you in this chamber will know two of our LAPS, Legislative Assembly Protective Services members, Jackie and Michael Hamilton. They got married here in British Columbia at the Villa Erie in Malahat in June of 2006. They were visiting. They were blown away by the beauty and the splendor of our province. And on their way back to the UK, where they both worked as police officers in Durham, they applied for Canadian residency. In June of 2014, they immigrated to Canada from the UK, and shortly after, they joined the Legislative Assembly Protective Services. Michael has recently been promoted to a sergeant position with LAPS. Jackie is extremely proud of him and what he has accomplished since moving to Canada. In July of 2019, Michael and Jackie applied for their Canadian citizenship. Tomorrow, after 15 years, their dream will become a reality when they take the oath of citizenship to become new Canadians. Will everyone in this chamber please welcome our new Canadian citizens?
Member for Saanich North and Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And last night I had the honor of meeting with parents from the Holding Hope group. And this was an eye-opening and eye-opening meeting that I had. And I want to take the time this morning to introduce two members of Holding Hope, the Holding Hope group that I met with last night, who will be watching us in question period today. And for our proceedings today. First is Sharon Dunn. Sharon's 35-year-old son has been 5 years as an active opioid user, has attempted to find recovery options and detox options for the last, for at least 3 times. It was a heartbreaking story to hear how Sharon's son has not been able to get the medical care that he needs, and is now continuing to struggle with dealing with the shame and stigma that comes with his life and the challenges that he faces. I'd also like to introduce Lori Armstrong. Lori's son is 36. He's got 6 years of struggling with alcohol, cocaine, and meth addictions. He's attended local rehab. He's been kicked out. He has had a brain injury from a motor vehicle accident, multiple visits to psychiatric wards. RCMP has told the family that they require a paper trail of 30 run-ins before help can be mandated. Despite several attempts at reaching out to the GP, they've not been able to get the help that they need. And really still struggling with judgment and stigmatization. And so today, I wanted to take a moment to elevate these two parents who are doing everything they can to help their children, their adult children. And I just really want to raise my hands up to them for the courage that they had, not only to share their story with me, but to encourage me to share their story with you and all the members of this House and with all British Columbians. Thank you.
Member for Skeena.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to make a birthday announcement. My wife's paternal grandmother, her name is Lillian Eunice Henry, but her maiden name is Hall. And at the age of 5, Lillian was sent to residential school along with 3 of her friends. She was sent because her real mom had passed away and her dad couldn't look after her. She married her husband, Mac Henry, and they had 3 children and a multitude of grandchildren and now great-grandchildren, including my own. She was a stay-at-home wife, mother, and she loved sewing, knitting, and crocheting. And she also loved preserving foods, both traditional and non-traditional. And she also enjoyed every day 2 toasts with a cup of tea that she drank from a saucer. And I can attest to that. I drank some tea with her at one time. She's survived by 1 stepbrother and 1 stepsister. Her only son is still alive as well, and 6 grandchildren, 9 great-grandchildren, and 5 great-great-grandchildren. Lillian Eunice Hall Henry was born on June 2nd, 1922, which makes her 99 years old today. So would the House please join me in celebrating Lillian Henry's birthday today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Kelowna Mission.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, today I have the honor to rise actually on 2 matters. The first is an incredibly happy one. As many of you in this House who are newly elected, well, we haven't met each other in person, only on Zoom. We've spent a lot of swearing-in ceremonies on Zoom in our local offices, and we've also spent time away from our ridings representing our constituents in this House. But we're very aware of those who are making sacrifices for us to be here. Well, I'm pleased today to recognize my fiancé that is supporting our 5 kids at home, as well as our 2 Bernese mountain dogs. He is an incredible contributor to our family, but also to our community, serving as a vice president, executive, as well as volunteering and always supporting those who need. During the election, it was him that was with me at 9 and 10 at night, fixing signs and installing signs in the rain, snow, and in the dark. He is my champion, my cheerleader, my love, and my best friend. Would the House please join me in welcoming my fiancé, Carlos Alentejano.
Madam Clerk. Oops, sorry, continue.
Please, thank you. The other one is a difficult one, because it was with a heavy heart that I honor the passing of a truly incredible man, Mr. Lloyd Callahan, who passed away peacefully after a brief illness on May 20th, 2021. Mr. Callahan is known for his passion for business, travel, and all the Okanagan has to offer. Lloyd could be found on the golf course, the ski hill, the pickleball court, or out on the water. He was never one to sit still and loved to share his experience with other people. Fondly called the chief by those who are closest to him, Lloyd will be greatly missed by friends and family. With a twinkle in his eye and determination in his step, Lloyd was a pioneer in the development industry and the growth of Kelowna, and his legacy will live on for many years to come. He was a Rotarian, a philanthropist, a businessman, but a true gentleman. Would the House please join me in sending comfort to the whole Callahan family, as well as our community, as they mourn the loss of a truly great man and an incredible pillar of the Okanagan Valley and Kelowna.
Madam Clerk.
Introduction of bills.
Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move that a bill entitled the Health Professions Amendment Act 2021, of which notice has been given in my name on the order paper, be introduced and read a first time now. I'm pleased to stand today to introduce amendments to the existing Health Professions Act that will set forth a path for regulation of counselling therapists and full regulation of social workers in British Columbia. These amendments are about regulating mental health professionals in order to protect the public, create trust, and ensure that there is transparency and accountability for those providing care to vulnerable British Columbians. Currently, BC does not require counsellors or therapists to be regulated. This means that anyone can call themselves a counsellor or a therapist, regardless of their education or background. Social workers are only partially regulated against their best efforts to advocate for change. Both professions have pursued regulation with this current government and previous governments to little avail. These proposed amendments remove the government's ability to delay or disregard an application for regulation. It requires the minister to weigh the application against nothing but the public interest, ensuring that other political factors do not get in the way of protecting the public. It creates a timeline of between 3 to 6 months for an application to go through the approval process, and a requirement to notify an association applying for designation of the reasoning behind their application's determination, providing certainty for associations. These proposed amendments come with support from both professional associations representing counselling therapists and social workers, as well as individual practitioners and the public. They are a necessary step forward to creating a better system of mental health care in this province. I hope to debate these amendments in second reading and have this legislature come together to discuss mental health care in our province. Thank you.
Members, the question is first reading of the bill. Those participating remotely, have your voting cards ready. All those in favor indicate aye. Those who oppose indicate nay. Motion carried. Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the bill be placed on the orders of the day for second reading at the next sitting of the House after today.
Members, you heard the motion. All those in favor indicate aye. Those who oppose, motion carried. Madam Clerk.
Statements by members.
Member for Chilliwack-Kent.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. So much is happening this week, so many important conversations being had, so many important remarks being shared. I move to share just one more. Yesterday was the first day of Pride Month. In Chilliwack-Kent, like in so many places, the acknowledgement of Pride Month is important as our beautifully diverse community is changing and growing together. For those who aren't sure, Pride Month is a time dedicated to raising 2S LGBTQ+ voices, a celebration of culture, an acknowledgement of rights, and a time of self-affirmation. This is an opportunity to learn, to be seen, to demonstrate pride as opposed to shame, to affirm allyship as opposed to social stigma. It's a time to show each other how much we've learned about acceptance of self and of others, about inclusion, and even about love, especially now after so long apart. In Chilliwack-Kent and Chilliwack, there has been an explosion of rainbows in our communities. Whereas a few years ago there were none, we now have almost 24 rainbow crosswalks. There have been 2 years of summer Pride activities, and there are resources, the Gender Support Network, the Chilliwack Pride Society, the Chilliwack Youth Health Centre, and community partnerships that support them. The work is underway, but it is not complete. I spoke with Terry Westerby, the president of Chilliwack Pride, and he shared that there are critical gaps remaining around outreach and age-based supports. This is important. Important to recognize the pride, important to recognize the gaps, important to put on the record that Chilliwack-Kent is growing and our pride is blooming. It's a beautiful thing to behold. So, Honorable Speaker, for our children who are listening to our words, to our neighbors who are watching our intentions, for those I know and those I don't who are struggling, and as a leader who is responsible to set the example of inclusion and acceptance, I am so proud to stand in this House as the representative for Chilliwack-Kent and say Happy Pride Month. Share your pride.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, June marks ALS Awareness Month, and today, Major League Baseball is hosting Lou Gehrig Day, commemorating the legendary ball player's fight against ALS, which he eventually lost on this very day 80 years ago. ALS is a devastating disease, as the diagnosis means no hope of recovery, and when someone's motor functions decline, eventually losing the ability to talk, to walk, and ultimately to breathe. Most tragically, ALS is currently a terminal diagnosis with no treatment or cure. I'm happy that hope is on the horizon for patients and their families at the Clinical Research Centre, aptly named Project Hope, a partnership with UBC and the ALS Society of BC as it moves forward in our province. Over the many years that I've been involved with ALS advocacy, I can say that one of the first things patients talk about is hope. We must keep up the fight. Today, BC landmarks from Mr. PG in my hometown to the Legislature here in Victoria will light up to show support for those living with the realities of ALS. And Major League Baseball teams will don uniforms with the number 4 ALS patches commemorating Gehrig's jersey number, and ceremonial pitches will focus on the ALS community. Throughout this month, the PGA of BC is hosting a golf-a-thon for ALS, and on June 19th, the largest annual fundraising event for ALS will be held across the country with a virtual walk to end ALS, raising funds for ALS research and crucial community-based supports. I'll be lacing up my runners on June the 19th in support of those with ALS and their families, and I hope that today, in honor of Lou Gehrig and everyone who has faced the struggles of ALS, every member of this House will join me in the fight to end ALS once and for all.
Member for Richmond Steveston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before the pandemic arrived, Richmond businesses generously donated to our nonprofit community. When the pandemic did arrive and upended our lives, businesses resolved to continue to help our nonprofits and create new ways to support our community together. I'd like to highlight a few of the partnerships that have made Richmond a stronger community. Richmond Cares, Richmond Gives has support from Herbaland with their sponsored mask sale, which promotes mask wearing and also raises needed funds for RCRG's support programs. For the month of June, Design Tech Hair Studio will be collecting feminine hygiene products in support of the Atira Women's Resource Society, which supports women and children fleeing violence. M&M Food Market at Francis and Gilbert held a charity week for the last week of May. The proceeds from sales each day of the week were donated to a different nonprofit. It supported Cody Keller, it's in the Memories Society of Richmond Children's Centres, School District 38, Feed Kate, Dreams Take Flight Vancouver, and Kids Sport Richmond. Shift and Lift launched a #RunRichmond campaign to support anti-racism awareness with the slogan, Run Richmond, you belong, I belong, we belong. Donations are encouraged through their social media channels to Richmond Multicultural Community Services. Sanctuary Cafe also joined the #RunRichmond campaign to support anti-racism awareness and is donating $2 per monster cookie sold in May to the Richmond Multicultural Community Services. And as a former Girl Guide and guider, I've sold a lot of cookies, and I know how much the Girl Guides depend on cookie money to run their valuable programs for girls. With no way to sell cookies door to door, Richmond headquartered London Drugs stepped up with shelf space for the cookies and also added the cookies as an optional add-on to online orders. My gratitude goes out to our caring business owners and nonprofit partners who are working together to make a real difference for Richmond.
Member for West Vancouver, Sea to Sky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's been said many times since the pandemic began last spring, this has been an extraordinary, challenging time. Despite myriad obstacles that communities, organizations, and families have faced, one sector in particular has been steadfast in their commitment to help others during one of society's greatest times of need. Social service, non-for-profits organizations did what they usually do in the face of difficult times. They faced into the wind and they pressed on. While working from home, clarifying relief support funds and programs, operating without facilities that had to be closed, recruiting volunteers, our social service non-for-profits stepped into the fray and responded. Across West Vancouver Sea to Sky, I've seen the sheer determination and heartwarming collaboration, reinvention, and cooperation. Throughout the pandemic, the needs have been immense. Food bank services, supports for vulnerable populations, seniors care, mental health programs, a friendly voice over the phone during isolation. These only touch on what's been needed and provided for across all of our communities. I'd like to acknowledge all social service organizations across this constituency, from Bowen Island and West Vancouver through Whistler, Squamish, on to Pemberton, Darcy, and beyond. These organizations form the backbone of care and support in neighborhoods that I'm familiar with, and indeed across the entire province. I know the work has been exhausting. I know the days have been long, and I know the challenge is great, but I've seen partnerships formed and creative approaches implemented that I know will carry on long after we move past this challenging time. To each of you who work in the social service, not-for-profit organizations, and to many, many more volunteers who keep our programs operating, I am sure I speak on behalf of this whole House when I say how much we appreciate the vital work you take on every day. Thank you, and stay safe.
Maple Ridge Mission.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. During the pandemic, seniors in long-term care were isolated from their families to keep them and their loved ones safe. And one of my dear friends, Michelle Bourdignon, was unable to visit her mother for over a year. Joan Gable lives in Hollywood Manor in Maple Ridge and suffers from dementia. And it was hard enough to take care of families with dementia, but not being able to give them a hug or reassure them. And it's so much harder during the pandemic. And that's why it's so important, the work that's being done by the Maple Ridge Dementia Friendly Community Task Force. Receiving a dementia diagnosis leaves many people feeling isolated and unsure. And in our community, we're very fortunate to have a dedicated and active group addressing the needs of those living with dementia. The task group is made up of individuals, service providers, and staff from the city, and it focuses on reducing stigma around dementia and building an inclusive community. The fact that the task group provides education for local businesses and community groups, so if a person finds themselves with dementia needing help, people know what to do and they can see the signs. And I especially would like to recognize task group member Heather Trelevan. Now, Heather was chosen as an honoree for the Tri-Cities Ridge Meadows IG Wealth Management Walk for Alzheimer's fundraiser. And for the past 10 years, Heather has served as the coordinator of the Maple Ridge Pitt Meadows Kate C. Seniors Network, working hard to make sure that the voices of seniors and people with dementia are heard. The Seniors Network, with leadership from Heather, was instrumental in creating the Maple Ridge Age-Friendly Community Action Plan, leading the City of Maple Ridge to be designated as an age-friendly city by the WHO. Heather works tirelessly supporting seniors, ensuring that they have access to food and housing, medical care and equipment, and most important, a friendly voice to call. It's my privilege, Honourable Speaker, to have the opportunity to acknowledge the hard work and dedication shown by Heather and members of her task group, and the help that they're giving to people like Michelle and Joan to have a better life. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Member for Kamloops South Thompson.
The scene is all too familiar in a waiting room at BC Children's Hospital. Worried parents and loved ones pacing while facing incredible stress as their child is in the operating room. A sense of nervous anticipation and worry as minutes become hours and hours feel like an eternity. A world leader in general and specialized pediatric services, Children's Hospital is BC's foremost teaching and research facility for child health. Their reputation is stellar, to say the least, and rightfully so. They care for 93,000 children every year. On April 7th, my wife Chantel and I were those parents pacing in a BC Children's Hospital waiting room as our daughter Hannah underwent major surgery. The worry and anxiety was amongst the worst we've ever experienced as parents. It was a long 7.5 hours. Thankfully, Hannah's surgery went well, and the quality of care that she received there was exceptional. We are so thankful for everyone at BC Children's Hospital, but especially for the nurses on the 6th floor of the Tech Acute Care Centre. Their time taken to explain everything and answer our questions, their obvious compassion, their dedication to helping our daughter and every child in their care get better, and even their reassuring smiles will never be forgotten. We also can't say enough about the caring and supportive environment we experienced while staying at Ronald McDonald House. This amazing place is a comforting and supportive refuge for out-of-town families whose children are receiving care at BC Children's. To everyone who included Hannah in their thoughts and prayers, checked in on us regularly, and offered to help in so many ways, we can't thank you enough. And Mr. Speaker, perhaps it's fitting that as I make these remarks today, it's actually Hannah's 17th birthday. 8 weeks to the day since her surgery, and her recovery has been amazing, and her life is increasingly returning to normal. She's been cleared for swimming and other activities, and she's even been cleared for driving. Oh no. She's one courageous and tough person, and we're very proud of her. Thank you, BC Children's Hospital, from two very, very grateful parents, and happy birthday to our sweetheart, Hannah.
Madam Clerk.
Oral questions by members.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. On Monday, many powerful words were spoken in this chamber about the heartbreaking loss of 215 Indigenous children that were discovered in a mass grave at Kamloops Residential School. We all spoke of the need to do better. The member from Skeena and the member from North Saanich and the Islands shared how this has impacted generations of families, including theirs. We know that guiding our response to the tragedy must be First Nations, those who survived, those who suffered, and those whom we seek to honor. We can't stand in this House or work behind the scenes in offices and determine the direction forward. We can and must listen and act together. So will the Premier activate the Select Standing Committee on Aboriginal Affairs so that all parties in this House can work together with First Nations to determine the next steps to bringing their children home?
Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and I thank the Leader of the Opposition for her question. And I certainly agree that all of us need to work together at the direction of Indigenous communities across British Columbia, and that has been the focus that we've been on, all of us, I believe, over the past number of days. Listening, learning, respecting cultural protocols, ensuring that we take direction and are at the ready to assist when that assistance is called for. I've reached out to Cushby Casimir at the Kamloops First Nations and shared with her the burden that she must feel as a leader in that community. And I know my colleagues from the two communities understand that full well, better than all of us. The enormous pressure on her as a human being, much less as an Indigenous woman leader in this most challenging of times. But I believe, based on my conversations with her, with National Chief Perry Bellegarde, as well as just recently, before I came into the House today, with the Prime Minister, that our government will be focusing on listening, and at some time in the not-too-distant future, the request and the suggestion of the official opposition, and I'm certain the third party, to reconstitute the standing committee to look at what we can do collectively is an appropriate course of action, but that time has not yet arrived. This is a time for respecting and understanding that Indigenous peoples, whether they be members of this House or not, are dealing with what is an extraordinary period of time. I believe it needs more time so we get a better understanding of what's going to be asked of us so that we can act appropriately.
Leader of the Official Opposition, supplemental.
Well, thank you very much, and I appreciate the Premier's sensitivity to the fact that all of us need to listen, to communicate, and to work together. But the most difficult part of that answer, for me, I feel sad and disappointed that there is not a simple answer to that question. There is nothing that precludes this Premier from putting in place a committee that would function, would participate, would listen in a respectful way. And in fact, on Monday, the Premier said, and I will quote, "Whatever steps we can take, whatever resources need to be brought to bear, with the member of Skeena's help and with the help of other members in this House, I am confident that we can bring together a plan that all of us can be proud of," end quote. No one is suggesting that we take the lead. We want to listen. But we want to work with this government. We know the third party wants to work with this government. And if not now, when will we put aside the political differences and translate eloquent words into effective action? The Premier knows that we have members in this chamber who, sadly, have a far too personal connection, but they have the ability and the knowledge to provide a very unique perspective. So again, to the Premier, will he today take this small but important step and signal to First Nations leaders and all British Columbians that he meant what he said about working together?
Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and nothing precludes any of us from reaching out to Indigenous peoples in our constituencies to hear their stories, to bring those stories back to this legislature, to await direction from leadership, whether it be Chief Casimir, whether it be other leaders in communities across British Columbia. I believe it's appropriate that we give a period of time to understand the full complexities of the issues before us. I think that there is a sense of those that I've spoken with, at any rate, in Indigenous leadership, that the appropriate thing to do is to respect the wishes of people who are grieving and following protocols at this time. And there may be a point in the not-too-distant future where the suggestion from the Leader of the Opposition would be appropriate for us. But I don't believe that time has yet arrived.
Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the apprehension by the Premier is a little baffling in that this committee is already out there. It just has not convened, and the Premier could convene it today if he wanted. This is not just about my community of Kamloops, which is of course the focal point, and could be Kashmir that's shouldering such a burden, and the Premier is absolutely correct. I reached out to the Chief today, and she indicated the Premier and the Minister have been in communication. But there's 203 First Nations in the province that are dealing with the fallout from what happened in Kamloops and what was discovered in Kamloops. The committee, the Standing Committee on Aboriginal Affairs, would provide a safe place, a nonpartisan place, for all of those leadership people to be able to reach out and discuss things in a safe way with members of this Legislative Assembly on what they need, their individualized needs are for their community. So again, to the Premier, why is there such apprehension to convene a select standing committee that is already listed as one that meets from time to time? This is the Premier's second term. That committee has met for exactly 0 days so far in those 2 terms.
Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The country, through the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, went through hearings, went through testimonies, went through very, very moving testimonies from Indigenous peoples across the country. That work has been done. There are now memories and tragic experiences being relived by Indigenous peoples across the country. And I believe at this point it's appropriate that governments focus on the work we've already committed to, that being implementing all of the calls to action of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and waiting for Indigenous leadership to tell us where they want us to go, not just as a government, but as a legislature. And when that call comes, I can assure the member that I'll be right there with him to strike a committee, if that's the appropriate way, to address issues that have been exhaustively canvassed by a commission that was focused on getting to the bottom of the history, the tragic history of residential schools in this country. And those recommendations are not yet fully implemented. I think that the work now is to ensure that we're following the direction of Indigenous peoples to get to the bottom of these issues on their time frame, not on this legislature's time frame.
Opposition House Leader, supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, this was the Premier on Monday, and I quote, "We have an obligation to release resources where we can, to improve people's lives, and we're committed to doing that. I know that the member opposite will hold us accountable for that. I look forward to that," end quote. The Premier seems to be saying today's not a good day to convene a committee. Doesn't mean we have to meet. It doesn't mean we'd be compelling chiefs and other community members to come and meet with that committee instantly, but it would be in place already to be able to react as situations arise across this province with the fallout of what's been discovered in Kamloops over the last week. Instead, what we're hearing the Premier say is, not today, maybe next week, I don't know, I'll stick my finger in the air and see which way the wind's blowing, and maybe we can convene it sometime in the future. Why is there such hesitation to convene a committee the Premier seems to be willing to talk about, seems to acknowledge probably will have to start meeting sometime in the future, but he doesn't want to have it convened sooner rather than later?
Premier.
I thank the member for his intervention. I'll take it under advisement.
Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. There was some hope in the run-up to yesterday's forestry announcement that the Premier and Minister might belatedly wake up to what's happening in our forests and recognize the need to act. That they might finally show the leadership that is so desperately called for in this province. Instead, they peddled the same old misleading figures that have been widely and repeatedly debunked about how much old growth is left and what steps they've taken. They announced nothing to de-escalate the situation at Fairy Creek, no logging deferrals, nothing to support Indigenous communities and forest workers to transition to a sustainable future for this province, as opposed to continuing to liquidate what is left of the old growth forests in BC. To do what they did yesterday, to release some vague promises for down the line without any concrete actions to protect ancient forests today, essentially guarantees years of conflict in our forests. Years of people trying to protect these ecosystems, years of worsening divisions, and years where communities and workers are kept dependent on a fundamentally unsustainable resource until it runs out. My question is to the Premier. What does he say to the majority of British Columbians who want to see the last of BC's old growth protected, and to the people who voted for him with the belief that he would be true to his word?
Minister of Forest, Lands and Natural Resource Operations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. And what the member is insinuating is just inaccurate. We are working to protect additional areas on an ongoing basis, and what we announced yesterday will help us to do just that. In fact, we expect to be able to announce additional deferrals this summer. We are doing this work in partnership with First Nations and with respect for how they want to manage their lands. This is critical, and it was the key recommendation of the Old Growth Report. We were able to move really quickly to protect over 200,000 hectares of old growth in September because we did those important discussions, those critical government-to-government discussions with Indigenous nations. And we will continue to do that, and we will continue to add to deferrals with more to come this summer.
Leader of Third Party, supplemental.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. We have a responsibility in here to be honest and to completely recognize that we have to maintain the trust of people. And when the Minister and the Premier continually talk about 200,000 hectares being protected, they know that that is not accurate. They know what the scientists have said. They know what the truth is. The Union of BC Indian Chiefs has been very clear about what they need to see. That's immediate logging deferrals, critical funding for conservation financing, and Indigenous-led conservation initiatives. Grand Chief Stuart Phillip said that to have good faith conversations on forestry, we must put away the power saws. Instead, this government is creating more economic dependency on old-growth logging in these communities and refusing to forge a pathway out. Yesterday, the Premier said it will be by 2023 before a new old-growth plan is introduced. So in the meantime, we will continue to lose these irreplaceable forests because of his refusal to stop this liquidation. And this despite the fact that pausing the harvest while they come up with a long-term plan is exactly what the Old Growth Review Panel recommended and exactly what the Premier promised to do. And I expect there'll be an invoking of agreements. And let's just be clear, in their submission to the courts, Teal Jones indicated that they would make somewhere in the neighborhood of $20 million off the tree farm license in Fairy Creek, although others indicate that it might be 10 times that. And in the agreement that this province came to, the revenue sharing agreement, for the first year, $242,000 goes to Pacheedaht. So let's be clear whose interests are being protected here. My question, again, is to the Premier. How much more of the last old growth in this province can we expect to see logged before this new old growth plan comes into place?
Minister of Forest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do take exception that the member's suggestion that we are misrepresenting the facts, because the facts are very accurate. You know, we have deferred and protected 200,000 hectares of old growth throughout the province, and we expect to announce additional deferrals this summer. But what's critical, and what the member seems to be forgetting, is we all stood in this House. We all stood in this House 2 years ago, and we all unanimously accepted the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And we all said that we had to abide by that. And that is just what we are doing. We are reaching out to Indigenous nations. We are reaching out to those rights and title holders of whose land the old growth sits on. We are talking to them and talking to them about future deferrals. But we are doing it with respect, with understanding that it is up to the nations, working with the nations, in those government-to-government discussions, that we ensure that we are deferring land that is their land, that is their territory. And we are also bringing in other people. We are having those important discussions with Indigenous nations, but we were also bringing to the table the communities that are affected, the workers that are affected, the companies that are affected, but also the environmentalists who are expressing their concerns. We are bringing them to the table. We are working together. And as I have said, I can assure the member, we will be deferring more old growth, more of those ancient forests this summer.
Member for Nechako Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And there is a disturbing pattern that we're seeing in British Columbia. The Premier shows up, he makes promises, and then nothing. He talks big, then disappears while thousands of workers and their families are at risk. We saw it with the cruise ship industry as the Premier's flippant attitude led to a new U.S. law allowing them to skirt our ports. And after promising in 2017 he would get a softwood lumber deal done, we're seeing the same pattern. The U.S. Commerce is doubling the tariffs on BC lumber. And where is the Premier? He's absent. Can the Premier tell us what detailed steps he's taken to fight this punitive action?
Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Not one cruise ship has gone up the coast of British Columbia in 15 months. I don't know where the Liberals have been during that period of time. There is no impact on the cruise ship industry today. We've had assurances from there's no industry moving anywhere in the world. What planet do you live on? What planet do you live on? For the guy from Nechako Lakes, there's no cruise ships on Stewart Lake. There's a hospital being built there that was neglected for 16 years by those guys. But to have that member stand up, and say somehow the province of British Columbia has destroyed cruise ships internationally is just folly. It's absolute folly, Honourable Speaker. With respect to the point that I think he was trying to make about softwood lumber, an international dispute between parties, Canada and the United States, where British Columbia has a profound role to play. I just spoke with the Prime Minister. I've been speaking with the Prime Minister as well as the ambassador in Washington. When it is safe to travel, I will be returning to Washington to talk to the Trade Secretary, to talk to the Commerce Secretary, to remind them that British Columbia softwood has been building houses in North America for a long, long time, and it will for the foreseeable future.
Member for Nechako Lakes, supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Premier likes to huff and puff, and there's a lot of talk, but there's very little action.
Let's listen to the question, please. Let's listen to the question.
The last time he went...
Member, continue.
Thank you. The last time he went to Washington, what did he do? He came back with a donation check. He didn't actually get anything done. Now, we know he's blowing off the Alaskans instead of protecting our ports. And then he actually will join with the U.S. when it comes to opposing our natural resources. The Premier in New Brunswick led a delegation pre-COVID down to defend the forest sector in the U.S. And BC didn't take part in that. BC represents 50% of Canadian softwood exports. And this is what the Premier had to say on Friday when asked about the issue here of these tariffs. And I quote, "I talked to the Prime Minister this week about engaging with the U.S. government one more time on softwood lumber disputes," end quote. That's it. Thousands of workers and families and communities at risk, punitive damage is being done, and the Premier asked the Prime Minister for a phone call. Why is this Premier not using every tool in the box to fight these tariffs?
Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And I realize that at the latter days of the former Liberal government, that member made it into Cabinet as the Minister of Forests, and it must be a profound disappointment for him that he was not able to resolve the softwood lumber deal when he had the opportunity to do something about it. When there was a Premier from that party sitting on this side of the House, there was no overtures to Washington. There was no trip to stand up for workers. It was only when the government changed that happened.
Members.
Now, I appreciate that must be a hard pill for the member to swallow. But we have been working diligently with officials in the United States. We've been working with the federal government. This is an international dispute. Sometimes I think the BC Liberals assume that just if you wish something to happen, that will be the case. It's always about hard work, and that's what we've been endeavoring to do with our partners in the U.S., with our allies at the federal level, as well as with Premier Higgs from New Brunswick. He and I are aligned on these conversations across the country. We're going to continue to work together in the interest of Canada and the interest of British Columbia.
Member for Abbotsford West.
Thanks, Honourable Speaker. No, in order to resolve something, Mr. Speaker, you have to make it a priority, and there is absolutely no evidence that this Premier and this government have made softwood lumber a priority, Mr. Speaker. I understand the sensitivity. The Premier has compiled quite a record when it comes to his dealings with the United States on two of the single biggest bilateral issues. He's bumbled and stumbled and failed miserably. We do, whether he wants to admit it or not. There will be cruise ships sailing up the coast of British Columbia past coastal communities They won't be stopping there because this Premier ignored warning after warning after warning about a congressional initiative that he dismissed as an impossibility that ended up passing unanimously and now is threatened to become a permanent feature of the legal landscape in the U.S., Mr. Speaker. And now the U.S. is set to double the lumber tariffs against the forest products that we export into the U.S. And what has the Premier done? Well, apparently a couple of days ago, it occurred to him to mention it in a phone call with the Prime Minister. Bravo. BC accounts for over half of the softwood lumber exports that Canada makes to the U.S. This is BC's issue. This is our auto pact, and it is the responsibility of the Premier and the Government of British Columbia to lead nationally on this issue, and the Premier has failed to do that. Has the Premier contacted congressional leaders and building retailers in the U.S. to remind them that these tariffs are going to add to the costs that consumers pay already on record-setting lumber prices? Has he done that, Mr. Speaker? Has he coordinated and contacted the premiers of Quebec, Ontario, New Brunswick, Alberta, to lead and coordinate a strategy to respond to this latest example of protectionism? Has he done anything that previous premiers and governments have done to lead British Columbia and establish British Columbia at the forefront of achieving a fair softwood lumber agreement that recognizes our position as leaders in softwood lumber in North America?
Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. A second failed forest minister in the official opposition. A second failed minister. That one oversaw the closure. That one oversaw the closure of 130
Members,
mills.
come to order. Members, you had the chance to ask question, or it's a chance to listen to the answer.
I can't stop thinking about glory days in my mind here. Remember when, says the leader of the official opposition. The former leader of the BC Liberal government did not go to Washington, did not engage with the Commerce Secretary, did not engage with U.S. officials. I did. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I have been leading in weekly calls with my colleagues across the country, keeping us all together as different interests emerge. We are in a global pandemic. I often think I have to remind people about that. But I want to get back to this cruise ship issue, because I think the misrepresentation by the official opposition on this is harmful to our tourism industry. It's harmful to our relationships with the United States. I'm in regular engagements with governors across the up and down the west coast of North America. They fully understand the important role British Columbia plays in keeping us all together. The legislation that passed in the U.S., if you had read it, sunsets when the borders open. So if it is the position of the BC Liberal Party that we should open our borders before we're certain that the people coming to British Columbia have been vaccinated, if they believe that we should open our borders just because a cruise ship industry based in Norway thinks it's a good idea, they got another thing coming.
Member for Abbotsford West, supplemental.
If Mr. Speaker, the Premier thinks he has any credibility whatsoever on this issue, he really is dreaming. He was the Premier that stood in this House and said, it would never happen, fear not, it's all a myth. Next thing we know, it passes unanimously. If he thinks he has any credibility on predicting what the Congress of the United States is going to do, he should dream on, because no one on this side of the House believes him, Mr. Speaker. It was all going to be so easy 4 years ago. The Premier said he was going to go down to Washington, he was going to cut a deal.
That's what he said.
And then nothing happened. And his capacity for rewriting history, because, Mr. Speaker, I sat in the West Wing of the White House with the Premier of British Columbia as we negotiated a softwood lumber agreement for British Columbia. I sat with leaders of communities from British Columbia in the centre block of Ottawa when we were pressuring the Prime Minister of the day to get a softwood agreement. Mr. Speaker, these are the things that leaders of British Columbia should be doing on behalf of forest-dependent communities in British Columbia, and he hasn't done anything. In fact, yesterday he released what is supposed to be his definitive statement on forestry. 30 pages, Mr. Speaker. I read all 30. I can't even find a mention of the softwood lumber agreement in that document, Mr. Speaker. Not one mention that British Columbia's leading industry, 30% of our exports, $12 billion in trade, and tens of thousands of jobs in British Columbia is under attack by protectionists in the U.S., and it doesn't even rate a mention in his defining document, Mr. Speaker, based on his track record of neglect and failure. Why should the women and men who work in forest-dependent communities have any faith that they won't suffer the same fate as the people that used to work in the cruise ship sector, that they won't be standing just like them on the shore waving as the ship sails without them?
Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Just again to put one more line on the record here. The Norwegian Cruise Lines still consider Victoria and Vancouver to be premier destinations. They will be premier destinations once we open the borders, when it is safe to do so. That's the will of the people of Canada and British Columbia. It may not be the will of the people on that side of the House. And now that we're talking about where the former finance and forest minister used to sit, I'm wondering how many lunchrooms he went into when he closed 130 mills in British Columbia. I wonder how many living rooms, how many kitchen tables of out-of-work forest workers he sat at to talk about the impact of his policies on their jobs and their livelihoods. I'm wondering where the former Minister of Forests was when Mackenzie, represented by that side of the House, lost a pulp mill, lost a sawmill, and sees logs driving right by to Prince George. Where was your commitment to communities then, Honourable Member? I'm delighted, Honourable Speaker, that we've seen the revival of a good opposition member, but sadly, you're singing the wrong song. People want our borders closed till they're safe to open it, and we're working to revitalize forestry in an era of climate change, in an era where pine beetles and forest fire infestations have liquidated massive amounts of our forests. We have a work to do together to fix that, and it's not helped by going back to 2004, the glory days of the former member from this side of the House.
Member for Kamloops South Thompson.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If you want to revitalize the forest sector in British Columbia, you would be heading down to Washington and you would be making sure that you follow through on your commitment to negotiate a softwood deal here for British Columbians. The Premier talks about the will of the public. He talks about the will of forestry workers. What the people of British Columbia want is they want to have jobs well into the future. That starts by making sure that we've got access to the U.S. market. Mr. Speaker, that the Premier promised, it was the very first thing that he promised British Columbians going into the 2017 election and coming out of it. The very first thing he said was, I'm going to go to Washington and I'm going to do what the former government couldn't do, even though we did actually do it. We did negotiate a deal. I'm going to go down to Washington, the Premier says, and I'm going to get this softwood deal done. Well, that was in 2017, 2018, and it's not done, and that's on this Premier's watch. When is he going to actually join with New Brunswick? When is he going to join with Quebec? When is he going to join with Alberta and actually stand up and fight for forest workers and make sure that Canada and British Columbia get a good softwood deal and get one now?
Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And of course, now we have two members, actually three members when you count the member for Nechako Lakes, living in the past. The future in our forest sector has been decimated by pine beetle, decimated by fires, decimated by climate change. We need to look at a new way of doing business in British Columbia. Lumber prices have never been higher. I don't see any pats on the back for the highest commodity prices in history, because it has nothing to do with this government and everything to do with scarcity and the changing world we live in. And why you're on that side of the House is that you haven't recognized, Honourable Speaker, they have not recognized that the world has changed. Forestry must change. The intention paper is focused on that. Rave reviews from the industry, rave reviews from communities, rave reviews from workers, and where are the Liberals back in 2004 in the glory days?
The bell ends the question period. Madam Clerk.
Orders of the day.
Government House Leader.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. In this chamber, I call committee stage on Bill 6, Accessible British Columbia Act. In the Douglas Fir Room, Section A, I call continued estimates debate for the Ministry of Mental Health and Addictions. And in Section C, the Birch Room, I call continued estimates debate for the Ministry of Children and Family Development and Childcare.
Members, we're just going to take a short 2-minute recess in order to get all the appropriate folks in the room. Thank you. So we'll just be on recess for 2 minutes. Thank you. All right, I'd like to call this committee into session. We are here, of course, looking at Bill 6, the Accessible British Columbia Act. So on Clause 1, I do see the member for Surrey South, I believe. Is that right? Member, please proceed.
Thank you. I'm just wondering if the minister wants to make any opening statements before I get started.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Generally, the opening comments are reserved for the second reading, but I'm really pleased to be here and be able to answer questions that the member has, member for Surrey South or the member for Peace River North. The opportunity to provide some explanations to certain clauses will be welcomed, and I look forward to doing my best to ensure that everyone has a good understanding of the Accessible BC Act.
Thank you, Minister. On Clause 1, recognizing the member for Surrey South.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Minister. It also gave me a chance to see you. I hadn't seen you yet today. So this Zoom or hybrid sitting doesn't allow quite as cordial a back and forth. So I apologize if this becomes a little awkward. I'm very happy to be here today on behalf of our caucus as the critic for accessibility and inclusion to be talking about the Accessible BC Act and asking some questions and getting the minister on record with some answers to some of the things that aren't in the Act, some of the things that we don't see and why. The community is I would say largely pleased that this is moving ahead after a very long time of advocating for it, but they're also tentative in their response, given that the Act is largely empty. It's an enabling bill with very little defined, and so people are going to have to trust government an awful lot in this regard, and there is some apprehension there. And so hopefully through this time today, we can provide some of that, or the minister can provide some of that solace, I guess, to people that in fact this will make a change. I also want to notice or mention that I see that Nigel has joined us this afternoon to interpret for us, and I guess that it will become clear. But my question is that at the request of the government, or was that a decision of the Legislative Assembly?
Minister of Social Development and Poverty Reduction.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And it was at the request of the Accessibility Secretariat, part of my ministry, that requested that we have the translation services.
Member.
Thank you. Well, that's great, and we're very glad to see it, and appreciate that is with us today. And I guess that it leads me to my next question. We're talking about an act that we're looking to put in place to essentially ensure that barriers don't exist anymore, because they continue to exist, and the minister knows this, across our province, across all aspects of life for people with disabilities. And one of the barriers that we will talk about a little further in the Act is around communication and language. And I guess one would hope that this bill is going to enshrine the right and the obligation for this House to ensure that ASL interpreting is available on all of our discussions and debates, so that all people can access the work of this House equitably. So let's move on a little, because we'll get back to that. But how will this Act and how will the minister and the ministry be accountable to the groups and individuals that have provided significant guidance over the last number of years through consultations, providing very clear requirements which could have been codified in this Act, and in fact in other jurisdictions have been codified. Other standard pointed to and recognized other standards that have been well researched and developed that are codified in other places in our country or around the world. as leading examples of the way to do accessibility and inclusion on any number of fronts, from the physical environment to the digital world. We are now looking at an act today that doesn't codify anything in the act, and will all of that work will now go on at some point in the future when the minister directs. So how will the minister be accountable to all of those people who were expecting to see some change with the passage of this act?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and I appreciate the question. It's too bad that we can't be in the same room to interact in this way, but I appreciate the question. And the accountability for the ministry is set in a number of different ways. And first, I just want to say that the entire process of getting to where we are today was seen as inclusive, and was seen as involving the participation of variety of voices, and it was. And I believe we have before us a robust bill that will cover the interests of those who've been pushing for this legislation. And every jurisdiction has perhaps a different approach to how legislation is written. But fundamentally, the minister is required to, first of all, put forward an action plan, which will be released by fall. And that will set out the government's priorities and expectations that the public can have. In addition to that, there's an annual report from my ministry. In addition to that, every 5 years, it's an independent review. I believe that the principles that we've embedded into this legislation should give strong direction to all those concerned that this is legislation that is going to reflect the interests of British Columbians, the interests of people who face barriers every day. And once we have the standards, once we have prioritized the sectors that the standards will apply to, once we get into the writing of those standards and regulations, I hope and I expect those who have any remnants of concerns about the strength of the Act will have their fears allayed.
Member.
Well, thank you, Minister, through you, Chair. I guess that's exactly what I'm getting at. We could have codified what sectors are going to be included, and we could be listing the timeline here, and not 6 months from now when the minister's office has had another 6 months to think about it. But I am failing to see at this stage how my life will be any different as we move forward, because I don't know what barriers the minister will set forth to look at first, second, third, in what, this year, next year, 10 years from now. While I appreciate there will be reports on progress, reports on progress will only list the things that government has chosen to do. So that's, I think, the fear that exists. And And I asked a question of the minister yesterday in estimates about what government has done to get ahead of the act. And I'm going to try that again here. Again, trying to just build some context for the questions that we'll go through in the more detailed discussion of the various sections. But I guess if you sort of want to use the adage, fail to plan, plan to fail. So what has government done to prepare for this legislation coming into effect? What has government done to get out ahead of it and to make sure that more British Columbians are going to be able to recognize changes that are coming about as a result of this in their interactions with government? For example, seeing as the minister has articulated, government will come first with the bill. Is there any sense from this minister that one ministry or service area or Crown Corporation has more significant work to do to align with the measures that will eventually be dictated by this act as they come into force? For example, government call centers, particular government buildings, offices. Can the minister just please, through you, Chair, explain what work has gone on to plan ahead for the work that will come?
Minister.
Well, the member for Surrey South did mention a lot of things before she came to her question about what have we done. And I have this tendency to want to go back and bring up every sentence that she said, because I do think that there could be people who wish they could just bite into something that was ready-made and ready to go. But our principle is that we don't do that without the consultation being informed by the community. And that's going to continue. It happened already in the development of this legislation. We have a parliamentary secretary who, for accessibility, a member for Chilliwack, whose sole, or not sole responsibility, but a major part of his responsibilities will be to ensure that the consultation process with the community continues. And it will be a form of direction for us, in fact. We had a large consultation process that took place before I appeared on the scene, and has continued since. We have the Accessibility Advisory Committee, which was key in ensuring that the important aspects of the legislation were enshrined in it. We're going to just continue to do that. And I think that our demonstration of our government's commitment is reflected in other things that we've done as well, including, we recognize that income is a major barrier in some cases for people with disabilities. And we've made, I think, large strides towards addressing some of those issues. Our commitment to this legislation is to ensure that British Columbia becomes a more inclusive and a more accessible province for everyone, and that the beauty of our province can be accessed by everyone as we reduce the barriers. And that's the focus of this legislation, to reduce barriers. And as much as the member would like us to have something with the standards already written, we have not written the standards. That's coming next, and that's going to be an important part of this through the summer and into the fall and as we go forward, because standards need to be developed for a lot of different sectors. We haven't identified them all. We put down a few as examples, but that work is to come.
Member.
Thanks, and I guess that's entirely the problem, or the concern. I mean, there's been an advisory council in place. Did the advisory council advise government to phase the act in, starting with government?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And we heard consistently through the consultation process that government should be the first to engage in this process, but there was obviously a lot of appetite for us to continue to work in the other sectors as well while this process rolls out.
Member.
There's up till now not been a lot of transparency around who's providing advice to government. There's a committee, but the minutes are not public. So that's why I'm asking the question, trying to get a sense of what advice was provided by who, because certainly not everyone is particularly thrilled with the product at this point. Now, that said, I am supportive that we're moving ahead and we're going to get there. I realize I just think we could have been a lot further ahead by now. After 3 full years of consultation and discussion, if government had decided to delve into any particular area, they could have and did not. So I guess that's the sort of concern we're getting at here is not sure what the commitment level is to getting things actually done, to make change. Given that being denied access is being denied a human right, and yet we know these barriers exist. We know there are government buildings that people can't get into. We know there are places that government buildings or government offices that don't have adequate washroom facilities. We know that there are members of the public who can't access public websites and documents properly. We know there are these challenges, and yet we are not setting forth a time frame in which to fix them. And I think that's a concern. But we're going to move quickly here into the definitions with just one more question before we do, and that is: does the Act and does the minister contemplate any exceptions? Will the minister commit today that no exceptions will be made to either expressly or by omission through regulation and what I mean by that, if I need to be more clear, is will the minister commit that there are no areas of government, no areas of society, whether that be municipalities, whether that be the corporate and business world where they interact with the public, that will be exempted from the future regulations and standards put forward by this Act.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Yeah, the Act that we've put forward provides for the broadest range of potential standards, and that's the intention, is that it be broad for that very reason. And it'll have a broad, it's enabling legislation, it's a wide net, nobody's excluded because of this legislation.
Member.
Thank you. So just to clarify, Minister, through your chair, the minister will not, by omission from listing in future regulation, or expressly through regulation, exempt any body from the legislation and the standards that will follow.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I want to be clear that this enabling legislation allows for the broadest standard application as we determine with the Provincial Advisory Committee. They're going to be the ones that will be using the advice, and we'll be following that principle that I mentioned 2 days ago in estimates, that there is no intention for any sector in society to be excluded from the responsibilities that we as British Columbians expect of our spaces, of our places. We want to make sure that British Columbia in our society becomes more accessible and more inclusive. And there's no intention to contemplate exemptions. But I would like to point out, though, that the provincial advisory committees, the technical expertise that will help inform that committee are going to be the key in ensuring that these principles are met.
Member.
Well, I certainly hope that will be true, because I know there are, for example, numbers of elementary schools today that students with wheelchairs or teachers with wheelchairs cannot access. Those are under provincial authority, and I certainly hope that wheelchair accessibility is one of the standards we're going to define. It's in the building code, but that doesn't seem to be enough. So just pointing that out to the minister, that there's a lot of work to do, and the fact that none of it yet is defined is just concerning. But I appreciate his intent that it be broad and that there not be exceptions, and I will take him on his word. So as we move to the definitions, can the minister provide some understanding for me here why the decision was made to define disability as the result of an interaction of an impairment and a barrier? Why is a disability contingent on the active interaction of an impairment and a barrier?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the definition that we've applied is what's called the social model, or the definition of disability, and that is we describe what the barrier is, not the individual facing the barrier, but the barrier itself. And the reason we decided to go with this particular kind of definition was that it was, first of all, the preferred definition. And it coincides with other jurisdictions, and it coincides with the United Nations Convention.
Member.
Thank you. Why then did government decide to use its own definition and not align, for example, with the Accessible Canada Act's definition?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And the definition that we chose was based on our deliberations and discussions and research and looking at other jurisdictions, and it doesn't. It's consistent with the Federal Act. We didn't copy their words, but this we believe is the best definition that reflects the intent of our Act and is a reflection of British Columbians' perspective.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. So, can the minister explain then why why a reference to communication disabilities or communication impairments is not made? There's no in the definition of impairment. It includes physical, sensory, mental, intellectual, cognitive, but it does not include learning or communication. Can the minister explain how those groups of people will see themselves represented?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And sorry it took me a few seconds just to make sure that the answer is comprehensive. But essentially, I go back to the type of definitions that we've included in this legislation are illustrative. That communications is is not excluded from this legislation. In fact, it's in the definition of impairment. It's an illustrative, non-exhaustive list of impairments and clarifying what's contemplated in the barriers section in section 2. So there is no barrier that's excluded from the contemplation of this act. I I want to make sure that the member recognizes that simply because a particular disability may not be specifically mentioned, that it's remembered that an illustrative, non-exhaustive list is what we've included in this legislation, so as to ensure that we do not allow for the exclusion of any person or circumstance.
Member.
I'm going to need some more from the minister on that because I don't see it that way. The definitions are listed in the Act. Disability means an inability to participate fully and equally as a result of an interaction of an impairment and a barrier. And then impairment includes physical, sensory, mental, intellectual, or cognitive impairment, whether permanent, temporary, or episodic. It doesn't say and other things. It doesn't say like these. It says includes. It doesn't say that other things are not listed but would be included. And when certainly we have legislation at the federal level that expressly includes learning and communication from in their definition of impairment, having legislation on the books that is different and excludes is more likely to be a problem. Not just from a perspective of ensuring people feel included under the Act, but in fact, in how it will be interpreted as we go on. We know that, for a fact, invisible disabilities like dyslexia, other communications disabilities, whether that be deafness or other language issues, are often forgotten. It is much easier for people to think about accessibility in terms of a ramp or a power door, but this legislation is not seeking just to ensure we have ramps and power doors. This is seeking to ensure all people, regardless of impairment, regardless of barrier, have access. So I find it concerning that we don't see the need to expressly include learning disabilities and communication in the definition of impairment. I also question, I guess, for the minister, well, you know what, I'm going to leave it there and see if the minister has anything more on that first, if he wants to explain again how this is somehow not an exhaustive list, because it certainly looks like an exhaustive list to me.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And so the key word here is includes, and in legislative drafting terms, includes is the special word. It includes. It's a non-exhaustive list, and by making it more specific and by adding particular definitions, I think restricts our ability to ensure that it's as broad an application as possible, because each of those definitions becomes subject to its own interpretation. What we're saying is that includes means these and everything, like includes. It doesn't say is only, doesn't say means, it says includes, and I think that that reflects the intent of the legislation to be as broadly applied as possible and to ensure that we don't exclude anybody.
Member.
Well, I would anticipate that the language in the Federal Act does the same. Means any impairment, including physical, mental, intellectual, cognitive, learning, communication, or sensory impairment or a functional limitation, whether permanent, temporary, or episodic, evident or not in that interaction with a barrier, hinders a person's full participation in society. I would argue that the challenge we have, Minister, through you, Chair, is then why include physical? Most obvious thing out there, the most unlikely to be not understood by the average person. But it's in there. Sensory, mental, intellectual, cognitive. Why choose those ones? Why not choose sensory, mental, intellectual, learning and leave out physical and communication? When we're at this stage that we're needing to, we're bringing in a bill. We've had all this discussion about all of the various impairments and had input from all the people with all of these that encounter barriers on a daily basis. I would expect we would do our best to include the most exhaustive list we could, even if it is still a list that is meant to be unending, where other things could be interpreted or added. That's great. It means we're not being definitive in saying, no, we won't include that. However, by not including it now, we are essentially excluding it. We are excluding it in the minds of the people who will be reading the legislation, who will be interpreting the legislation, and building their regulations. And we have no idea at this point in time who will be on the committee, who will be on the technical committees. How will their expertise be assessed and assured in terms of their ability to include all of these groups in the consultations? And we're being asked to place an awful lot of trust in government. And when disability advocacy groups are asking us loudly, please don't forget about us, I think we have to consider that we've missed something. And I don't mean that in a way that is in any way disparaging of the people who drafted the legislation or came up with this set of this list. However, this is the time we have an opportunity to ask these questions and make sure we're doing the best job we can on behalf of all British Columbians, and in this case, on behalf of all people with disabilities, no matter whether we see them or understand them to be, or hope that other people will in the future. So I guess with that, I would like to move the amendment that is on the order paper in my name to amend this section to include Clause 1 by adding the underlined text communication, and Clause 2 by adding under barriers digital communications. I know we haven't got to that stage yet, but in terms of asking questions, but I think it's important that these issues be raised, and in doing so, I recognize that I excluded learning from the list, and would hope that the minister would consider and that the House would allow an amendment to the amendment to add learning to that list as well. And I will take guidance from the chair on any other procedural pieces we need.
Thank you. I will confer, but just to first off, I think the one thing we need to do is separate the amendment proposed, because I think there was a proposed amendment to Clause 1 and a proposed amendment to Clause 2 in the same amendment. We're still on Clause 1, so we'll have to deal with Clause 1 proposed amendment first. And I'll just check in about the adding learning in addition to that, as I don't have a signed copy showing that that's what the member wants. We'll have to confer. I'll be back in touch in a moment. Thanks. Thank you, member. I appreciate the objective here. Of course, friendly amendment sounds easy, but of course, the procedure that we'll need to follow is we could do it two ways. I would propose that if the member could get to the clerk the amendment with learning and communication together. Otherwise, we'll have to consider them as two separate amendments. So if the member's able to do that shortly, I'll propose we take a 3-minute recess, because I think it's pretty clear what the member's wanting to do here. We just need to get it to the table, to the clerk, and then distributed to members to make sure we're following good process. So we'll just take a 3-minute recess so that can happen. Thanks, members.
Call the committee back to order. Member for Surrey South. As soon as she appears.
Yes,
there you go.
thank you.
I understand you have some business to attend to.
We do. With leave, I would like to withdraw the amendment that I had on the order paper that I moved a moment ago, and with leave would request that we move the amendment which has been circulated.
Okay, well, we'll take care of the first item. The member has asked for leave to withdraw her amendment. So by leave, anybody opposed to leave being granted? No one opposed, so ordered. Now, member for Surrey South, would you like to make a new motion?
Thank you. I'd like to move the amendment that has been distributed to add adding the underlined text to clause 1, the definition of impairment, adding underlined communication and learning.
Okay, you may speak to the motion, please.
Well, I think it's, I just think as I spoke earlier, I think it's fundamental that we do our best to expressly ensure that we have included the broadest definitions or the broadest language around definitions. The minister mentions that it's not meant to be an exhaustive list, but by excluding these two groups, which are often excluded, we have, I believe, set ourselves up, or we will set ourselves up for greater confusion and frustration and a sense of, honestly, like a tiering of disabilities. Some are more important than others, and I think it's important that we list these here in the definition, and I would hope that the minister would support that.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and welcome to the chair. And I thank the member for her amendment. As we talked about earlier, the proposed wording in the legislation is as broad as possible. You cannot make it more broad, and nobody's excluded. And I hope that's you know, the amendment is not necessary to ensure that people with communications-related impairments are included, because the legislation already includes them as currently drafted. The list of impairments, as I mentioned earlier, is illustrative and it's not exhaustive, with the purpose of being to clarify what's contemplated in the definition of barrier in Section 2. Our list is a little more streamlined, but the definitions are fully aligned with the social model of disability applied in the United Nations Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities. And for that reason, I do thank the member for the amendment and the spirit in which it was introduced. However, I will not be supporting this amendment.
Thank you, Minister. If there's anybody else that would like to speak to the amendment, please let the clerk know. Saanich North in the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for recognizing me, and thank you to my colleague from Surrey South for, Surrey South. Just want to make sure I got that right. For moving this amendment. Certainly, I also have heard from our community that this amendment is something that is needed for this legislation. I think that in hearing the minister's response, it's important to acknowledge that while this is an illustrative language in here and not meaning to be exhaustive, it does actually highlight several, it does start to get into explaining what is included and what isn't. And so, you know, in my opinion on this, you either start to list or not. And from what I can see here, There are, I think, from the advice that's been given and the advocacy that's been given, the requests of our community that we all represent, the addition that this amendment highlights is needed and requested, and I think through this amendment can be accommodated. And hearing the minister, he's choosing not to accommodate that, but I think that personally, I think it's a mistake, and I think that I'll definitely be supporting this amendment.
Thank you, member. Seeing no further speakers to the amendment, would Surrey South like to close the debate?
Well, thank you. I am somewhat disappointed that the minister doesn't think this is important to include. I'm sure he has heard as loudly as I have from the community about this, and certainly as a member of a community that faces barriers on a regular basis, I recognize that my barriers are often much more public and ranked by default, sometimes much further up the list, and I'm concerned that we have had it pointed out to us by Disability Alliance BC, by members of the learning disability community, that they feel very, very strongly that they are not included in this definition. And I recognize and respect that the minister feels otherwise from the perspective of drafting. However, I can't in good conscience move forward without this request to add those two simple words, which recognize and mean so much to a group of people who continually feel very much left behind. So I would ask the minister one more time and the members of this House please to reconsider as they vote.
Thank you, member for Surrey South. Members, you have the proposed amendment to the bill introduced by the member for Surrey South. A vote is about to take place. If you'd like to get your voting cards ready, please. We're voting on the amendment only to clause 2. Those in favor indicate, sorry, clause 1. Those in favor indicate. Aye. Those opposed indicate. Nays have it.
Division.
Division has been called. Members, the division has been called pursuant to sessional order adopted on April 12th, 2021. The division will be deferred to 30 minutes prior to the scheduled hour of adjournment of the afternoon sitting today. Clause 1 will be stood down, and now we'll move on to clause 2. So on clause 2, Surrey South.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I understand that I'm sure I'm going to get the same type of answer from the minister on this, that it's not an exhaustive list. But again, one of the challenges that we really, in doing work to eliminate barriers, is that digital communications are often an afterthought and not included. So can the minister speak to why digital communications technologies are not explicitly contemplated under barriers?
Minister of Social Development and Poverty Reduction.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. And she's partly correct that, in fact, yes, we're talking about legislative drafting and the terms and the terminology used in this process, and it's okay. I don't mind having explaining that sometimes language in legislation is interpreted in a certain way, but I just want to point out that the definition of barrier, which is a key term which is used throughout this legislation, is anything that hinders the full and equal participation in society of a person with an impairment. So once again, it positions disability as a structural issue in which society is responsible for removing these barriers. And I think that with our definition, once again, we don't limit it at all. We provide a broad explanation because that's the approach we're taking with this legislation.
Member.
Thank you. And I guess to the minister, I would ask this. So then, looking forward to the point in time wherein the minister has appointed a committee to look at a particular set of barriers. If the language isn't exhaustive, how will we ensure that they don't just use the definition as sort of a checklist? Oh, we looked at attitudes, practices, policies, information, communications, and technologies. But it doesn't say digital technologies. So do we need to include that or not? I guess that's my concern. How will we know, how will we be certain that digital technologies will be, in fact, digital communication technologies, websites, apps, all the sort of new and up and coming, and I recognize some we don't even know yet, technology will be considered. What is to give us as members of the community who are watching this, what is it that the minister can say or explain to give comfort that those things will not be missed through this process?
Minister.
I'm trying to picture what the member is thinking of the people sitting around the Provincial Accessibility Committee table. This legislation is as broadly defined as possible so we can take into account the changing society that we live in. And I think that it's clear that once again we've intentionally made the definition broad. It's because it's enabling legislation and because the definition of barrier doesn't exclude digital communications from the scope of this legislation. I think that we should just be confident that and I am confident based on the participation and direction from not just the advisory committee but the secretariat and the major consultation process that was undertaken in the development of this legislation, that in fact the disability community will be best served by the broadest definitions, and the work, the Provincial Advisory Committee is going to be made up of people knowledgeable in the area and people working in the sector, and ensuring that this is a goal of all British Columbians, I believe, to ensure that our province becomes as accessible as possible in all facets of our society. So the intention of the legislation, I think, is reflected in the words, which do not limit our scope.
Surrey South? Saanich North in the Islands? Saanich North in the Islands?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think from the advocacy that I've heard from our community across the province is that there is, and I hear the minister saying, trust us that we're going to get it right in regulation, trust us that we're going to get it right through the process. And I think that what I've heard from the advocates that have contacted me, and in some differing states of exasperation, but I have to note that it's there, is that that's similar language to what people have been hearing for many years. Just trust us. We'll get it right. And I think that just to add emphasis to the point that was made, what people are looking for is for the legislation to capture certain aspects of this work that are important for people, to ensure that we don't have to just rely on the process getting it right, but that some of these aspects that people in our communities are finding to be important and or are highlighting as important to them are actually entrenched in the work that committee and the work that the ministry and the work that the minister is going to do. And so I'm not sure that I can put into words what my colleague from Surrey South has been saying, but I can tell you from what I've been hearing is that people want certainty, not reassurances, but certainty that even though the language is broad in the legislation, that the specifics don't get lost in the work that's going to be done, and that then this advocacy needs to be picked up in the future. So to the question that the minister asked, I think that's what I've heard from the advocates, is that they would like the specificity in the legislation to ensure that then those interests and those desires and those needs are reflected in the outcomes.
Does anyone else want to speak to Clause 2? Oh. Peace River North.
Thank you. Thank you. Honourable Chair. I'll get used to this hybrid sooner or later, all of us will. Just looking at Clause 2 regarding Minister to promoting the accessibility, what does the Minister consider promoting accessibility look like? If he can explain that.
Minister.
I'm afraid the member is in the wrong section. We're in Clause 2.
Peace River North. Would you like to direct your question to clause 2? You'll wait? All right, so let's try that again. Anyone else want to speak to clause 2? Seeing none, shall clause 2 pass? Aye. Carried. On clause 3, Peace River South, North?
Which I think is where this question belongs, I believe. I'll ask it again, though, just in light of being online here. What does the minister consider promoting accessibility look like?
Minister.
Thank you very much, and I thank the member for Peace River North, the critic for social development and poverty reduction. So the role of the minister is to, first of all, to ensure that we lead with the implementation of the legislation, that I provide leadership in that regard, and ensure that we stay on track and on target, and be working with and providing direction to the provincial advisory committee and ensuring that that their work is focused on where it needs to be, promoting community awareness through various methods, including major consultation processes that will be part of the development of the standards. We will be working on a government action plan across government, and part of my job will be to work with my cabinet colleagues and do my best to work with the parliamentary secretary to ensure that he knows the expectations as they're indicated in his mandate letter. So it's broad, and it'll likely evolve as we go through it, but essentially that the responsibility of the minister will be to in all ways to promote the legislation, the impact of the legislation through a good process of development, and ensuring that the public, part of the parliamentary secretary's role is to ensure that the legislation is understood and implemented in accordance with what British Columbians as a whole expect of this kind of legislation.
Peace River North.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the Minister for that. And a little bit of a list of things being done. Can the Minister advise the House what the expected budget is for this promotion, for promoting this?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I just want to point out that in the first order of business, once royal assent is received, is that we will establish the Provincial Advisory Committee. That's a committee made up of up to 11 members, including half who represent people with lived experience. And that's the initial action plan will be developed by the committee in conjunction with the ministry. We'll be creating obviously working on standards, and in this second year, when we start doing the greater rollout, that's when we'd be going to Treasury Board for budget submission for that particular aspect of the legislation.
Peace River North.
Thank you, Chair. So no budget yet until this committee is struck. So a moment ago on my first question there, the Minister said that he's going to be providing leadership, keeping things on track, making sure targets are met, and that's good. What will be the measurement for measuring this effectiveness of this, if the Minister can explain that? And then once we're done this, we'll just move on to Clause 5.
Minister.
Thank you very much for the question. In addition to the public feedback mechanisms which are sort of built into the legislation, we work with the federal government on the Canadian Survey on Disability, which provides statistical information on the different measurements in terms of how people with disabilities are faring in terms of employment and other measures. And we're obviously going to track our own numbers about people with disabilities or within the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Social Development. We can track levels of employment in that regard as well. But I think because the standards aren't written yet in terms of exactly measuring whether they are successful in and of themselves, I guess that's sort of that's going to be a part of the ongoing discussion of the advisory committee.
Peace River North on Clause 3.
Yeah, just a follow-up then, just for more clarity. So it sounds like there hasn't been a matrix as per se created. That will be created by the committee, I think is what I heard, if the minister can clarify.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and to the member of Peace River North. The government will be setting forward our goals. We're putting our forward-looking goals as part of the action plan that we'll be releasing based on discussion with the advisory committee. And the public will obviously be able to measure our success in achieving those goals. And that's one way that the public will see the progress being made. And I'm looking forward to being able to do that part because that's such an important part. And we'll be working on a couple of standards probably to start with, and how the committee and the government choose to prioritize will be part of that process as well.
Shall Clause 3 pass? So ordered. Shall Clause 4 pass? So ordered. Clause 5. Peace River North? No. Saanich South. Sorry, Surrey South.
We'll get there, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Appreciate that this clause is here. But it states, of course, that sign languages are recognized as primary languages for communication by deaf persons in British Columbia, including without limitation American Sign Language and Indigenous Sign Languages. Can the minister explain why Quebec Sign Language wasn't recognized in the text?
Minister.
Thank you, and thank you to the member for Surrey South for a question. And once again, the member might have heard this from me before, but once again, it's not an exhaustive list. In fact, it says without limitation. These are the 2 primary sign languages that are used in British Columbia, and we've identified those and put those into legislation because of that.
Surrey South.
I guess thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess I'm just a little confused as to, again, why when making a list, and there are 2 official languages in Canada, French and English, and we're adding here a recognition that for people who are deaf, sign language is the primary language. We're adding that, but we're excluding one of the official languages, essentially, through that process. So I question why we are doing lists that aren't exhaustive, but not including the ones that are, in fact, most common. And certainly in Canada, with French as a second official language, seems odd not to include Quebec Sign Language. But a broader question: the deaf community and the deafblind community have advocated for a long time to be recognized as a culturally linguistic group, to recognize that their experience of our world is very different than others, and there's a culture associated with the deaf community, and they've asked for that to be included. They asked prior to the development of the bill. They've asked again after seeing the bill and realizing that the deaf and deafblind community weren't noted in the bill explicitly. So can the minister explain why there appears to be a gap in approaching accessibility and inclusion for the deaf community with the exclusion of this recognition in the Act?
Invite the minister to respond, and then we'll take a 5-minute recess following the response. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate the unique cultural identity of the deaf community, but this legislation isn't one that contemplates the identification or the inclusion of specific groups of people. And no, I don't think any other jurisdiction has included that kind of clause in this form of legislation, but there are other ways of ensuring that that the unique cultural identity can be shown. But this legislation is about removing barriers, and so that's why it's not included in this legislation.
Committee will take a 5-minute recess. Call the committee back to order. As soon as I get the people on Zoom back on the screen. There we go. Surrey South.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I guess I'm confused a bit by the minister's answer. We are debating here legislation that is meant to increase and improve on access and inclusion and actually break down barriers that have existed for ages and ages and ages. And in fact, by entrenching sign language in here, which I am in full support of, we are in fact defining and including a community specially. So why we wouldn't go further? And yes, maybe it would be the first in the country, but heck, that's never stopped us before. Most governments are happy to do that and take pride in that. We could go further. We could include recognition of the deaf and deafblind community as a cultural group and recognize that their challenges are very different and continue to be a significant barrier. So I guess, how does the minister see the world changing for the deaf community, the users of ASL or ISL or Quebec Sign Language, as a result of its inclusion here in the Act with full recognition?
Minister.
Thank you very much. And just confirming that, in fact, what we heard throughout the consultation process was that access to language was the key factor or a key issue that we heard from the deaf community. And so this legislation is about reducing barriers and promoting access. And that's the focus of the legislation. And that focus encompasses as broad a perspective as we could have. And our goal in this legislation was to be broad and not to necessarily specifically define groups or exclude groups. So the definitions that we use, we're comfortable with the scope of this legislation being the reduction of barriers and the promotion of access, and that's the explanation for the member.
Saanich North and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just as this conversation tracks, it's hard not to see or to hear at least how there is a rigidity and an inflexibility in this. We have groups who have reached out to us. I have a number of emails from groups who have asked for inclusion. And what we're setting up is the potential for exclusion here. And it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that, and I've heard the minister repeat it several times in the definitions and in the intention behind it. But this debate today will be a signal to the communities across the province and to the level of flexibility that they can expect in these conversations. What we're seeing here today is a minister that's put his head down and that this is good enough. For him, that's fine. But for the communities that reached out to us, it's not good enough. They would like to see these specific pieces entrenched in the law so that there's some certainty for them. I feel like I'm being as repetitive as the minister is being in his answers with my comments. That I just don't, I guess maybe I'll just ask a question to the minister. What is the reason for not including the Quebec Sign Language in the legislation?
Minister.
I just want to make sure that the member for Saanich South or Saanich North and the Islands understands that this legislation is non-prescriptive. It's the opposite of rigidity. And what he fails to understand is that the legislation is designed in order to ensure that everyone is included. We have basically a flexible piece of legislation. It's enabling, it's broad, it's illustrative. And I've heard people have raised issues with me directly as they've raised them with him. The difference, perhaps, is that he hasn't been able to explain that the language of the legislation is clear, it's broad, it's illustrative, and it is going to be implemented obviously, with the community, nothing about us without us. And I think the member should be able to tell the constituents who contact him to rest assured that the language used follows careful drafting processes that ensure that the intent of government is reflected in those words, and the intent of government is clear. We are broad with this legislation. We don't define every situation or every impairment. We talk about removing barriers. And I think that the member probably, in recognizing that, agrees that this is a goal that we share as British Columbians. And you know, it's clear to me that if the language of the Act says it includes, including, without limitation. There are many sign languages that exist. We've named the two of the most used in British Columbia, and I feel that that's a reflection of British Columbia's approach to this legislation.
Member Saanich, oh no, yeah, Member Saanich North and the Islands, continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I do clearly understand, and I remember when the minister was on the opposition benches, and when the government was on the opposition benches, and they were very articulate at that time about the threats of enabling legislation, and that is that, and this legislation is about inclusion. It's about ensuring that British Columbians have a reasonable amount of certainty that they will be included in society as best as possible. And so I understand that the point. I clearly understand what the point of doing enabling legislation is. And what I'm saying is the minute I wasn't suggesting that that was the legislation, but rather the way that the minister has not recognized that the organizations that have reached out to us, all of us, the minister, the official opposition, the third party, have expressed a desire for this legislation to reflect some specific things. While the intention of government was not to be specific in certain areas, that our constituents collectively have taken the time and the effort to articulate things that they believe should be in the legislation, should be entrenched in the legislation. And I think we can, if we choose to, honor that, or we can, if we choose not to, just ignore it and just move on and either pretend like we didn't hear it or just rationalize it away. The problem when you start to identify a couple of the three sign languages is that you actually do send a message that you are not, that you are being exclusive. Even though it says without limitation, you go on to note 2. Again, I just don't understand what the hesitation is or what the limitation is on government or on the minister of adding the third language, a sign language in, and I don't believe I got an answer to that question. Why not, to the minister, why would the minister be opposed to adding the Quebec Sign Language as the deaf community has requested?
Minister.
Okay, well, thank you, Honourable Speaker. We included the 2 sign languages most commonly used in British Columbia. We could have, there are different ways of drafting legislation. We made a choice to be as broad and inclusive as possible. It's a list that says specifically without limitation, and for the members' information, that means without limits, no limit. Other languages as well. So, I mean, you know, in some places the member wants everything listed, and some places I don't know if he would prefer to just leave it completely blank. I'm not sure what the member is suggesting. I believe this legislation is clear. This section is entirely clear. The sign languages are recognized. Sign languages are recognized as the primary language for communication by deaf persons in British Columbia, including without limitation, A, American Sign Language, B, Indigenous Sign Languages. And I think any fair-minded individual would recognize that this is not an exhaustive list, and like our definition of barrier, or it's not meant to be an exhaustive list. In fact, it's meant to be an illustrative list to ensure that British Columbians recognize that this is not excluding anyone in British Columbia. This is about reducing barriers that people face on a day-to-day basis in some cases not, but this is about reducing barriers and promoting inclusion in British Columbia. So the reason we included A and B is they're the most commonly used languages, and I believe that that probably answers that question.
Member for Surrey South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess for the minister, I refer to the section title, recognition, Division 1 recognition. This is a part of the bill where we are recognizing things. We're recognizing that the minister is going to promote accessibility. We've needed to expressly put that in this piece of legislation. We've then recognized Accessibility Week. We've needed to expressly state that in the legislation. And we're recognizing sign languages, which I think is good. There was a fight at the federal level to make this a part of the federal act. So obviously the province learned from that, and that's good. But it doesn't answer the question that the deaf and deafblind community are posing as to why there can't be recognition of their unique cultural linguistic status. And the minister is evading all attempts at getting an answer to that question, which leads me to believe there is no point moving my amendment to this section. So instead, I will just ask once again, perhaps the minister this time will provide an answer to the question. Why is it that we can recognize the minister, we can recognize the week, we can recognize the languages, but we can't recognize the culture and the cultural significance to a segment of our population that is arguably one of the most excluded by virtue of the need for them to communicate in another language altogether than the majority of the public does. And what exactly is it that's going to change by recognizing the languages here that is different than by recognizing, if we were to recognize the culture and the languages?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And I'm wondering what is it that wasn't understood by the member with respect to my response. This legislation, and nowhere in this legislation do we list particular communities or cultures, so to speak. We talk directly to the removal of barriers and the provision of access. And so in that respect, the legislation needs to be broad and non-rigid. And the legislation that's before the House is broad and flexible and inclusive. And any suggestion to the contrary would be misleading the public. It is not accurate to say that this legislation excludes anyone. It is accurate to say this legislation was written with the primary focus on ensuring that we focus on barriers that exist in our communities, in our society, because we're talking about physical barriers, we're talking about attitudinal barriers, and we're talking about all barriers. So once you start along a path of becoming more rigid by using non-illustrative language, we get into a problem. The legislation was written with the perspective of ensuring that barriers that are identified are removed, but barriers are not specifically listed here either. This is broad legislation with a broad scope and with a broad reach. And I look forward to the time when those wanting those prescriptive elements of this legislation to come to light, those are parts of the standards. Those are the regulations that are going to be written. And I'm very confident that they'll be written and put in place with more effect and with more public buy-in when they're developed in the process that's been outlined in this legislation. It's not about identifying individual groups. It's not about identifying impairments. It's about removing barriers.
All right, shall clause, member for Surrey South.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. Yes, clause 5 can pass.
Okay, shall clause 5 pass? So ordered. Shall clause 6 pass? Member for Surrey South on clause 6.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I guess I would say to the minister, well, that will remain to be seen, and I will remain hopeful. I'm not sure. On clause 6, we're talking about the annual report, and the minister has made comment a number of times about the fact that he will be required to publish an annual report that describes actions taken in the year by the minister and the provincial committee. My question is, will that report look at the actions taken across his ministry and the committee as it relates to all other aspects of government, or only the ministry and the committee itself?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And I'm having trouble hearing sometimes. And I think the volume maybe could be turned up in this chamber, perhaps, if that's possible. But from my understanding of what the question was, the annual report will include activities taken to implement the Act. And the Government Accessibility Plan refers to the cross-government, the all-of-government plan. I hope I answered the member's question. Okay.
Through you.
Member.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the minister. Thank you. Yes, that indeed was my question, and I appreciate that. And I apologize. It may partially be me. I don't tend to have a very loud voice, so I will try to articulate very direct, in a direct way to the microphone on the computer. With these reports that the minister must publish, will that include a feedback mechanism from the public, and will public feedback be included in that report?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I've since had the volume turned up a little bit, but again, it was a little problematic. But I understand the member was asking about whether there would be a mechanism for public feedback to that report, and yes, it's built in.
Member.
Thank you, Minister. One of the biggest concerns that I've heard raised broadly by the community is beyond the vagueness and the trust me aspect of the Act, the fact that there are no timelines set out for implementation of standards or implementation of regulations. Can the minister please outline his expectations for when the work will be substantively completed related to both standards and regulations that will apply to government and to what we will get to in a moment, other prescribed organizations?
Minister.
Thank you. Thanks to the member. Just so the member knows, we did. Could you mute, please? Thank you. Just little technical issues. The question was about the timeline for seeing things getting done. Understandably, that's what people want to see, and we did publish on our website a timeline with some key achievable identified goals. The first plan is, of course, to establish a feedback mechanism for the public. Accessibility plan, which is the province's accessibility plan, will be developed. We'll obviously be setting up the Provincial Advisory Committee early, and that'll be part of the process that helps us to initiate the development of the first set of standards. So yeah, it's on the website, but obviously that's a publicly available document to give a overview of our first couple of years of activity.
Member.
Thank you. Why then wasn't that codified in the Act to provide a level of certainty in terms of action, even at a minimal level? Because I think trust me, this is our plan, we'll get to it when we get to it, is one of those things that will really derail trust amongst the public and amongst people with disabilities. They're expecting to see progress if it is not, if it is indeed not moved along at the pace at which it is hoped or intended, without there being a hard date in the legislation. There's very little for the public to push back on against government, and so I think it's unfortunate that government has chosen not to put some of that at least a modest deadline in the Act to see barriers at least within government removed. That's unfortunate. I'm going to move on to Clause 7 if there are no other questions.
Shall Clause 6 pass? So ordered. On Clause 7, I recognize the member for Surrey South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Why then, if this process is going to move along as quickly as the minister is hoping, then why is the minister waiting until after the next election before the first independent review of the Act?
Minister.
Thank you very much. What we've seen in other jurisdictions that they generally had a review process between 3 and 10 years, and one of the reasons the provinces that might have gone out early, they found that the review period needed to be enough for the effects to be put into place, the changes to be put into place, and that seemed like it was more important to ensure that that during the process that the public feedback would be ongoing, community engagement would be strong, the parliamentary secretary would be out consulting with the broad cross-section of British Columbians, and that the 3 years really isn't about a political timing, although if I were in opposition, I'd be asking that question too. And I did spend 12 years on that side and recognize that that's a question that I'd have asked, but I can assure the member that the Accessibility Secretariat and the people who have committed so much of their time and of their efforts in making sure this is good legislation that was not one of the considerations they had on their plate.
Member.
Thank you. And thank you. And I do appreciate that there has to be something to review. And I guess that's my point, getting back to the question ahead of that one, that without any timelines to actually get things done, to make change, then there won't be much to review at the end of the 10-year period where this first appointee might produce a report. Is we're actually looking at probably 10 years before a report is produced if the timelines in the act are followed. But I understand the need for there to be something to review. Now, as we move on to what that reviewer must look at, and there is no one organization that understands all of the details and aspects of various disabilities that impair one's ability to participate fully in our society and take advantage of all one's rights and responsibilities as a citizen. How are we to be assured that the person who is appointed will engage with all of the necessary with representatives that cross the great vast non-exhaustive list of people that experience some barriers to inclusion? How are we going to make sure that happens, and that if it is indeed organizations that are consulted, that those organizations actually speak for and represent the community? More and more we hear that organizations who have traditionally represented certain communities are less and less relevant in terms of how members of those communities actually feel the work of those organizations in representing them is. Some of the organizations have become much more focused on the organization than on advocacy, for example. So how do we ensure through this process, Minister, that through you, Mr. Chair, that we are truly reaching out in these reviews to get the real experience of everyday people?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And this is one section of the Act that just might be a little bit less less broad and a little bit more prescriptive. Maybe the members will be happy about that. But the legislation does set out quite clearly what the role of the independent review will encompass. And I think that the important thing to know here is that we looked at other jurisdictions and how they've undertaken similar activities, and found that this setting out of expectations makes it clear that this will be a review that guides action going into the future. So, yes. Yeah, so I think that sort of summarizes why we've laid out clearly what the independent reviewer must, what work they must undertake.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and we can move to section or clause 8.
Thank you. Shall clause 7 pass? So ordered. Clause, there isn't, sorry. And I should ask the member for Surrey South, as there is a possible amendment on the order paper, does she wish to move it, or we can move along? Thank you. That's what I thought, but I thought I should check. All right, so moving on, clause 8. Shall clause 8 pass? Sorry, I see a head shake. We're not ready yet. So I'll go back to the member for Surrey South on clause 8.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the minister. Here, when we look at government, does government include all ministries, crown corporations, agencies of government, agencies contracted by government?
Minister.
Thank you. This includes the core government. Other prescribed organizations may include other agencies, but like other jurisdictions, we focused on government being the first, and that's the core government.
Member. Oh, I see the member for Peace River North, if that's all right. Surrey South. So keen to jump up. Member, please.
Thank you, Chair. To the minister, specifically around some supports in education. Just wondering around the how this legislation is going to support, and it was mentioned earlier as well around dyslexia and some of those other like learning disabilities and such. How are they going to be supported, or how will this legislation support some of them within our public education system and within our education system generally?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just would ask if the member would please clarify if the member is asking about Clause 8 specifically.
Member.
Yes, Honourable Chair, thanks. So, I mean, when we look at, and I think it kind of follows up on my colleague's question, when we, use the term government, does it include all the ministries, Ministry of Education, all of those? So I'm just wondering how this legislation would support people with learning disabilities such as dyslexia. How does it support them within the education system in the Ministry of Education?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the Ministry of Education, as part of core government, would be part of that first phase. But like the school districts themselves, they may be prescribed organizations and such. But I think the member might be getting to a level of specificity that I wouldn't be able to provide at this point, because the establishment of the priorities for standards development have not been established by the committee yet. So, but I look forward to the next question.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. People on PWD, how will this legislation support them as they move on and want to seek further education and improve themselves, and will this support them?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, indeed, everyone who faces barriers in the province, including those receiving disability assistance, will see access improved and barriers removed. And if the member had a more specific question about people in receipt of disability assistance, maybe he could rephrase that.
Member for Peace River North on Clause 8.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. The question around persons with disabilities seeking to further their education, post-secondary opportunities and such. How does this legislation work within, for instance, the Ministry of Advanced Education on supporting persons with disabilities?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And the question that the Provincial Advisory Committee will be tackling and will be addressing is which prescribed organizations should be prioritized. And in fact, it's, I don't want to prejudge or presume what that committee will advise, but we can all contemplate how post-secondary education could be more accessible in a variety of ways, so indeed, when standards are developed for the post-secondary, or when they're identified as the prescribed organization to develop standards, the member would likely see a lot of discussion around how to improve access to post-secondary by people who face barriers under other circumstances. So I think the answer is yes. People attending post-secondary, once standards are in place for that sector, would indeed see improvements.
Member.
So just a further follow-up to that question around PWD and such. It doesn't sound like it was a full answer, and I appreciate the minister saying yes, working on barriers, but it doesn't sound like there's a plan as per se, working maybe with the committee. We just heard a moment ago about within the public education system, it's up to the Ministry of Education to kind of create opportunities. Within, we've seen this over time. Ministries working in silos and missing this ability. Like this legislation obviously needs to work across all ministries, and I guess that's what I was going at. That's where I was going also with my first question around education in the Ministry of Education. But this is kind of where I'm also going with the advanced education. What are the supports? You know, it's good to say it'll be up to the committee to look at it, but I guess looking for something a little more firm from the minister on direction. I mean, it says the government, and you know, recognizing the government is a big broad term, but what direction does the minister see this legislation that we are in committee on right now allowing more accessibility for people that have barriers, you know, for instance, persons with disabilities, to access post-secondary education opportunities easier? And I guess that would be my question.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just to make sure that the member fully understands the intent of the legislation is to ensure that the government in and of itself is not establishing standards for different sectors. The government itself will be writing the legislation, or will be writing the regulations and the standards, but that will be a process that's informed by the advisory committee, by the technical advisory committees, by the public consultation that the parliamentary secretary is going to undertake. We will, as government, start with us, with government, to set standards, to set regulations, and the advisory committee will establish whether or not maybe their first standard will be post-secondary education, might be school districts, it might be the problem with making suggestions as to what it could be. I don't want to take away from the ability of the committee to do their deliberations to ensure that they prioritize, that the priorities are identified. I'm not the one to say, this is what I want, this is what I get. So access to education, whether it be post-secondary or elementary and high school, though access will change based on the standards that are created. So basically what I'm saying is that the cake hasn't been baked, but we've got a good recipe. And this good recipe will be one that's used for the baking of variety kinds of cakes. And I'm getting hungry. So I hope the member realizes that the sector could be transportation, it could be outdoor recreation. These are places where we need to establish what we as British Columbians expect our fellow citizens to be able to access, and expect our fellow citizens to be part of or included in. So I want to avoid answering specific questions about those sectors until it's decided what areas standards are going to cover, and getting into that process first.
Does the minister need a food break? You said you're getting hungry. Do you need a food break? No? Okay. Surrey South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand what the minister is saying, and I understand that and I hope he understands that we're trying to just provide some clarity to ourselves, so we make sure we've asked the questions, but also some clarity to the public and to the people with disabilities, the hundreds and thousands of people with disabilities who provided input to government already about what needs to change, about what the barriers are. And now we're going to, yes, appoint a committee to oversee the actual technical work. I understand that. I understand that that is necessary and a good process, but it isn't going to be defined and decided by that committee. In fact, if in a few sections from now, we'll be discussing the fact that it's going to be the minister that directs the committee to develop standards. So here we're talking about, okay, who goes first? And it's government. And the minister has explained that that's government in its smallest sense, in its tightest sense, the direct ministries of government, not the agencies they fund and order or deliver programs through, like school districts or community agencies like or crown corporations like CLBC. So, and I think this is going to be a real challenge. Clearly, organization or prescribed organization is a very big catch-all for everything other than a direct ministry of government and a direct employee of the provincial government. So we're talking, you know, the majority of barriers that individuals face on a daily basis, and I will argue this, and I would make a friendly wager with the minister about this, that if you leave it up to that committee that you appoint, the first thing they recommend is not going to have anything to do with a policy or a procedure of the provincial government. Those are not the things that are going to make the most impact for people in their lives. The areas where people are finding barriers on a daily basis are employment, getting access to employment. It's curb cuts in communities that are designed poorly, so they send people who are blind into the corner or into the intersection on a diagonal. It's parking, or the lack of which this government took out of the building code a couple of years ago and is now letting 186 municipalities develop their own standards. None of this is effective for people with disabilities. People with disabilities have been crying and yelling about why this doesn't work for a great deal of time. When we're talking about what causes challenges for people who are blind in Victoria, when the city develops bike lanes with floating bus stops, which makes sense for bikers, but cause a very big problem for people who are blind to safely cross the street and access the bus. E-scooters, programs are being developed to bring e-scooters to cities. Great idea in theory, but they litter the sidewalks and provide tripping hazards to people who are blind or block walkways for people who use mobility devices. And these are the kind of things that impact people on a daily basis. These kind of access issues, these kind of inclusion impediments are the type of things that people want to know are going to change as a result of this legislation. And so if prescribed organizations include crown corporations, agencies, municipalities, and ultimately the private sector, restaurants and employers, when ultimately are people with disabilities going to see change that impacts their lives in a real and meaningful way? And I understand that standards will need to be developed and there's lots of work to do. But the minister theoretically could be appointing multiple technical committees at a time. So when exactly does the minister expect to get to, say, for example, municipalities in terms of asking them to make sure that they're the things that they look after in terms of the built environment and employment and community amenities like parks and things like that are in fact accessible to everyone?
Minister.
Thank you, and apologies to the member. I just wanted to make sure I was asking the right questions. So the legislation is being implemented in phases. So there's the phased approach, and it's been described as concentric circles. It starts with, likely is going to be the public sector, and the broader public sector, and from that, I'm anticipating that we'll probably be looking at local governments and. Again, the work's already begun in terms of the Secretariat putting together sort of plans to how would I put it, to map out where the likely first and second and third steps will be, and so that work has already begun.
Just a reminder to all our members joining us via Zoom, should not be having conversations via your electronic devices. And since I'm not getting a facial reaction, you probably have me on mute, so it doesn't matter. I'll have to send you a little note. Surrey South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Minister. I guess you are reticent to provide any timelines, and that's exactly why the community is shaking their heads and wondering if they've been promised more than they're going to get, and I think really are worried about how quickly and how committed government is to getting the work done and how quickly, because it's not going to be easy and it's not going to be all happiness all the time, and there will be difficult discussions and there will be gives and takes. That is the nature of this work, and I understand that all too well. But certainly, I think there was great fanfare about the need for this legislation. All parties agreed we need this legislation, and now, a lot of consultation work has happened over a period of since 2014 in various ways. Work certainly, as I said, has gone on around the world in these areas, and there are great examples from which to pull information. We don't have to reinvent the wheel, but in some ways we are. We're not even using the definitions that were used by the federal government after their extensive consultations with the disability community. So I guess it's disappointing that the minister make a stronger commitment to timelines, but I do understand the challenges under which he's working, given the way that the legislation is structured. I'd like to move on, Mr. Chair, to Clause 9, so we could.
So Clause 8 pass. Minister, on Clause 8.
Clause 8, thank you. I just want to respond to the idea of this timeline, because as we come to the end of a clause, the member puts in the final statement. I always have this desire to say, well, you're not quite hearing it correctly. And I know that if we were just sitting here having a chat, we'd probably be able to get to the root of things quite quickly. But one of the reasons, and I can understand, people want to know, well, by this deadline, by that deadline, we'll have this. We don't know what specific ingredients are going to be in each one of these recipes. So we can't say, put it in the oven for this long. We know we will be working to ensure that we develop good standards that are based on broad, robust conversations and consultation with the community. I can assure the member of that, and it could be that during the establishment of these the standards that some timelines might be identified. So, I'm not saying trust me. That's I do like the fact that members have said a few times they that I'm saying trust me. But this is robust legislation with broad definitions and specific steps that need to be taken in order to achieve the goals that we have. And this is going to be the primary work of my ministry, and I believe that any hesitations to fully embrace the final result is due to the fact that that's not what's on the table. What we have here is a very sturdy roadmap to get there. Thank you.
Shall Clause 8 pass? So ordered. Surrey South on Clause 9.
Thank you, Chair. And I do appreciate the minister's commitment, and I know personally that he's committed to this work. It is not my intent to undermine that. It is just to recognize that we don't have deadlines, and this very robust process that the minister is talking about, in fact, will add time. It will add a lot of time to getting things done. And I think, given the level of consultation over the years, given the fact that none of this is news, I think that's the part that is frustrating for people. That said, as we move here to Clause 9, an organization must establish a committee. So here we go with the committees. We've got two sections, this one and 10. So is the minister suggesting that each and every organization that ultimately will be prescribed as an organization, or a prescribed class of organizations under Part 8, will in fact have to set up their own advisory committee? Or does the minister expect that those classes of organizations will have a committee that works on behalf of organizations? Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to be clear that there's nothing in the legislation that precludes organizations from using existing committees to satisfy the necessities of creating accessibility plans and feedback mechanisms. So if I understood the member's question correctly, the organizations must have a committee to assist the organization to identify barriers and advise the organization, so 9, 1A and B. And existing committees would be acceptable.
Surrey South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Minister. That is good clarification. Now, moving to Part 2 there, at least half of the members are persons with disabilities or individuals who support or are from organizations that support people with disabilities. Why, two questions. Why only 50%? Who else would make up the other 50%? And doesn't the or dilute the overall representation of people with disabilities on the committee? Because theoretically, you could then have no people with disabilities on the committee because they could all just be representatives of organizations.
Reminder to members, when you're on Zoom, it's like you're in the legislature. Your family should not be sitting next to you. And obviously I'm on mute because I'm getting no reaction. Oh, got the reaction. Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And I just want to point out that the language it's in alignment with most of the other jurisdictions, and recognizing the diversity of organizations that may be prescribed. The composition parameters are framed in a flexible manner, which is we preferred a flexible approach because it provides a measure of discretion for organizations to establish committees that are tailored to their particular context. So that's why the language is why the clause is written that way.
Surrey South.
Thank you. Fair. I just, I think 100% would people with disabilities, or at least 75% plus 25% that could be from representative organizations. Again, if nothing about us without us matters, and if the minister is committed to that, then I think we need to recognize that this is a large percentage of people in our population. When you look across the various different types of disabilities and complexities, and there are many people very qualified to sit on these committees. So it is, I think, concerning that we would be happy with 50%, and in this case, 0% potentially the way it's written. And I think we need to be alive to that. If these committees are struck and they don't represent, and or they are struck with people who don't have the requisite qualifications, and by that I mean the training in cross-disability issues and understanding, and if these are people who sit on a committee because they have a disability but don't understand the bigger complexities of disability and the intersection of the various needs and challenges. Universal design, for example, in terms of accessibility, is not what's best for a wheelchair user, but it's also not what's best for someone who is blind. It comes to a sort of best for everyone circumstance, something that can be agreed upon to work most of the time for most people. So, you know, we run the risk of setting standards that don't work for everyone if these committees aren't properly constituted with people who are knowledgeable and able to make these very difficult trade-offs. So I am a bit concerned at that, but I also recognize that if all the organizations that are ultimately prescribed by this legislation need to have a committee to go to, that there's also going to be a lot of work for people here. I think we need to recognize the challenge of making sure that these committees are representative of the community and of all the disabilities. And again, there are invisible disabilities that are more often left out of these conversations, assumed that somebody else will cover off those issues. And that's led to some big challenges. So I think it would be good if the minister could just put a little bit of color around expectations on how those individuals will be selected.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The process for, well, the first thing is once we put out an expression of interest, call for an expression of interest from the community, we hope that we expect and we are committed to ensuring that it is reflecting the diversity of the province. The process is a merit-based process and transparent process, and one that will result in us getting the best, most committed individuals interested in the same goals as us, which is, of course, to make British Columbia more accessible.
Surrey South.
Well, thank you. And I think that actually answers one of my questions for Clause 10, but not necessarily for Clause 9, because Clause 9 talks about accessibility committees that will be appointed by the organizations themselves as they move forward, not the provincial one that the minister is going to be appointing. So just for clarity, Minister, are the same standards for merit and transparency and expressions of interest, etc., going to apply to all the organizations who are tasked with setting up or aligning with an existing accessibility committee in fulfilling their duties under the Act?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And the reason for this language is to recognize and reflect the fact that some of the prescribed organizations will be large organizations, some will be small, and they'll have various, some could be branches here and there and everywhere. And really what we want to make sure is we give these organizations enough flexibility to be able to establish a committee that reflects their organization. And they have to establish feedback mechanisms to ensure that the voice of disability community is heard. I believe there'll be oversight as well. I mean, the public expects this legislation, the standards to improve access and to reduce barriers. And so the type of organization, a lot of organizations will be creating these committees based on their particular context.
Surrey South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We can move to clause 10.
Shall clause 9 pass? So ordered. Surrey South on clause 10.
Thank you. For the provincial committee that the minister will appoint, what kind of staff support will that committee have? Are there going to be full-time roles for people there? Or is this more of a symbolic committee that will meet like an advisory board once every month or quarterly and not really do any work in between?
Committee of the Whole will take a 5-minute recess. We'll be back at a quarter after. Call the committee on Bill 6 back to order. And we're just going to wait for the minister to provide his response in a few seconds to minutes. I believe we took a recess when you were preparing your response. Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, and I thank the member for, Mr. Speaker, for indulging us for having a little break here. The Accessibility Secretariat and my ministry will be providing support to the advisory committee.
Surrey South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Minister. The committee is undoubtedly going to have a very big workload, and at least if the minister is true to his verbal commitments that he's keen to see this work move forward as quickly as possible. How will the committee be remunerated for their participation?
Minister.
Thank you. I just want to make sure the member knows that this is covered in section 29, so we can wait till then if it might be more appropriate.
Surrey South on clause 10.
Fair enough. We'll move to clause 11. Mr. Chair.
My microphone was off. That doesn't happen, does it? On clause 11, Surrey South.
Oh, thank you. I didn't hear the vote on 10.
Yeah, 10 was passed.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Chair, to the Minister, the accessibility plans that organizations will have to develop, obviously, the majority of work in the first while will be within core government. But once this moves to organizations outside government and potentially, hopefully, sooner rather than later, outside government of all types and into the private sector, what are we expecting, or has government done some costing of the expectations of the costs of the Act and the plans and committees that will need to be struck? Committees and the plans that those committees will help develop for the organizations will be struck. Do we know? Do we anticipate what cost that will pose for these organizations?
Minister.
Thanks, Honourable Speaker. The costs associated with the establishment of the committees and the setting of the plans will really depend on the size of the organization. And in fact, some organizations have committees already. Some even have accessibility plans. So it would really be there'd be a broad variation in costs associated with this clause.
Surrey South.
Thank you. We could move to clause 12.
Shall clause 11 pass? So ordered. Clause 12, Surrey South.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, public feedback is important. It's going to be really important on this for all sorts of reasons. People that will like things, people that won't like things, people that will think we went far enough, people will think we didn't go, or we didn't go far enough, people think we went too far. And ultimately, people that, despite the fact that we have standards or plans in place, will find that nothing has changed in terms of how they actually interact, and so it's inevitable there will be feedback, and certainly that feedback loop is important, and I know it's being expressly committed to here, but equally important to the feedback and the ability to provide feedback is the actual response to the feedback. There needs to be a closed loop on this. Can the minister discuss how that will be achieved, at least as it relates to the work of the committee and the ministry and the ministries of government as we roll out the first portion of this work?
Minister.
Well, thank you. And that's closing the loop would be the accessibility plan, which we talked about earlier in section 11. Considers the principle any comments that have been received by the public would be part of that reporting.
Surrey South on clause 12. Surrey South, no. Shall clause 12 pass? So ordered. We'll save clause 13 and the rest for tomorrow or the next time the House Leader decides to bring it up. And we'll now move, pursuant to sectional order, a deferred division, which will take place this evening on the amendment proposed by the member for Surrey South to clause 1 of Bill number 6, Accessible British Columbia Act. I'd like to remind members participating remotely that they must now enable their video and be clearly shown in their video. Thank you, members. And pursuant to session order, the committee stands recessed for 10 minutes.
Spencer, you look fine.
Can you hear me? Yes, we can.
Yeah, I think you got it right, Spencer.
Honourable members. Honourable members, I call the Committee on Bill 6 back to order. Thank you. For those of you participating remotely, please remember your camera needs to be on and your face needs to be on the screen. Awesome. Thank you very much. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Members, we will now proceed with the division. The question is on the amendment proposed by the member for Surrey South to Clause 1 of Bill 6, Accessible British Columbia Act. The clerk will now conduct a roll call division in alphabetical order by caucus, beginning with the government caucus. Members, clearly state I vote aye or I vote nay when your name is called by the clerk. I remind members participating remotely that they must unmute their microphone when their name is called by the clerk. The voting cards cannot be used for the formal division calls. The clerk will now call the division.
Mike Farnworth.
I vote nay.
Pam Alexis.
I vote nay.
Brittany Anderson.
I vote nay.
Michelle Babchuk.
I vote nay.
Brenda Bailey.
I vote nay.
Harry Baines.
I vote nay.
Lisa Bear.
I vote nay.
Gary Begg.
I vote nay.
Jagrup Brar.
I vote nay.
Spencer Chandra Herbert.
I vote nay.
Susie Chant.
I vote nay.
Katrina Chen.
I vote nay.
George Chow.
I vote nay.
Katrina Conroy.
I vote nay.
Dan Coulter.
I vote nay.
Nathan Cullen.
I vote nay.
Mitzi Dean.
I vote nay.
Bob Deeth.
I vote nay.
Adrian Dix.
I vote nay.
Finn Donnelly.
I vote nay.
Megan Dykman.
I vote nay.
David Eby.
I vote nay.
Mabel Elmore.
I vote nay.
Rob Fleming.
I vote nay.
Rick Glumac.
I vote nay.
Kelly Green.
I vote nay.
George Heyman.
I vote nay.
Ravi Kalon.
I vote nay.
Ann Kang.
I vote nay.
Ronna Ray Leonard.
I vote nay.
Grace Lohr.
I vote nay.
Bowen Ma.
I vote nay.
Sheila Malcolmson.
I vote nay.
Melanie Mark.
I vote nay.
Andrew Mercier.
I vote nay.
Josie Osborne.
I vote nay.
Kelly Padden.
I vote nay.
Lana Popham.
I vote nay.
Bruce Ralston.
I vote nay.
Murray Rankin.
I vote nay.
Jennifer Rice.
I vote nay.
Selena Robinson.
I vote nay.
Janet Routledge.
I vote nay.
Doug Routley.
He's trying to unmute. Call him again.
Doug Routley.
We can't hear him. Call him.
Rolly Russell.
I vote nay.
Herwinder Sandhu.
I vote nay.
Nikki Sharma.
I vote nay.
Nicholas Simons. Ginny Sims.
I vote nay.
Aman Singh.
I vote nay.
Rachna Singh.
I vote nay.
Mike Starchuk.
I vote nay.
Adam Walker.
I vote nay.
Jennifer Whiteside.
I vote nay.
Henry Yao.
I vote nay.
Peter Millibar.
I vote aye.
Dan Ashton.
I vote aye.
Bruce Banman.
I vote aye.
Mike Bernier.
I vote aye.
Shirley Bond.
I vote aye.
Stephanie Cadieux.
I vote aye.
Doug Kloofchuk.
I vote aye.
Dan Davies.
I vote aye.
Michael DeYoung.
I vote aye.
Lauren Dirksen.
I vote aye.
Trevor Halford.
I vote aye.
Corinne Kirkpatrick.
I vote aye.
Greg Kylo.
I vote aye.
Michael Lee.
I vote aye.
Renee Merrifield.
I vote aye.
Mike Morris.
I vote aye.
Coralie Oakes.
I vote aye.
Ian Payton.
I vote aye.
Ellis Ross.
I vote aye.
John Rustad.
I vote aye.
Tom Shapitka.
I vote aye.
Ben Stewart.
I vote aye.
Todd Stone.
I vote aye.
Jordan Sturdy.
I vote aye.
Jackie Taggart.
I vote aye.
Teresa Watt.
I vote aye.
Andrew Wilkinson.
I vote aye.
Sonia Furstenau.
I vote aye.
Adam Olsen.
I vote aye.
Just a second.
Doug Routley.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Doug Routley.
Who's calling the point of order?
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
After the division call, you can have the point of order.
Can I be heard there?
Doug Routley.
I vote nay.
Those voting aye. Millibar, Ashton, Banman, Bernier, Bond, Kajia, Klovechuck, Davies, DeYoung, Dirksen, Halford, Kirkpatrick, Kylo, Lee, Merrifield, Morris, Oakes, Peyton, Ross, Rustad, Shapitka, Stewart, Stone, Sturdy, Taggart, Watt, Wilkinson, First and Out, and Olsen, 29. Those voting nay. Farnworth, Alexis, Anderson, Babchuk, Bailey, Baines, Bear, Begg, Brar, Chandra, Herbert, Chant, Chen, Chow, Conroy, Coulter, Cullen, Dean, Deeth, Dix, Donnelly, Dykeman, Eby, Elmore, Fleming, Glumac, Green, Heyman, Callon, Kang, Leonard, Lohr, Ma, Malcolmson, Mark, Mercy, Osborne, Padden, Popham, Ralston, Rankin, Rice, Robinson, Routledge, Routley, Russell, Sandhu, Sharma, Simons, Sims, A. Singh, R. Singh, Starchuk, Walker, Whiteside, and Yao, 55.
The amendment is defeated. Is there still a point of order? I don't hear one.
No, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I withdraw. The point of order would have been on the technical issue that the member from Nanaimo, North Cowichan was having. That was resolved. I appreciate that. Thank you.
I will now put the question on clause 1. So members participating remotely should prepare their voting cards. Shall clause 1 pass? So ordered. Minister of Social Development and Poverty Reduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the committee rise and report progress and seek leave to sit again.
Members, you've heard the question. Those participating remotely should prepare their voting cards. Those in favor indicate aye. Those opposed, nay. Motion's carried.
Committee Chair.
Mr. Speaker, the committee reports progress on Bill 6 and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Government House Leader?
Next sitting.
So ordered. Committee Chair.
Mr. Speaker, Committee of Supply, Section A reports progress on the estimates of the Ministry of Mental Health and Addictions and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Government House Leader?
Next sitting.
So ordered. Committee Chair.
Mr. Speaker, Committee of Supply, Section C reports resolution and completion of the estimates of the Ministry of Children and Family Development and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Government House Leader?
Next sitting.
So ordered. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move the House to now adjourn.
Honourable members who heard the motion, those who are participating remotely, have your cards ready. All in favor indicate aye. Those who oppose indicate nay. Motion carried. This House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.